Chapter 9:31. Some Nonly Mountain martial practitioners unwillingly sought confirmation from Zheng Mo. Mu Jun hailed from Golden Court Mountain and was an enemy rather than a friend. With the two sides even on the verge of war, they were naturally unwilling to believe Mu Jun's words. In the end, they despaired. Whether or not Yin Zhaoge had not killed or injured them due to the Grand Plainness Origin Lady's pressure, they had been unable to resist at all. They had not even seen Yin Zhaoge's appearance before they had been subdued, unable to decide whether they lived or died. Let alone Golden Court Mountain's Mu Jun, there was also a group of profound remnant locale martial practitioners up close who had witnessed this. This was especially so when he had been arguing with a young lady earlier when his face had been ripped off completely by Yin Zhaoge in the blink of an eye, thrown to the ground, and even stomped on twice. Those of Nonly Mountain simply wished they could find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Looking rather worriedly at the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, Guan Yu asked Mo via sound transmission, "Eldest apprentice uncle, will anything happen to Mr. Yin if he goes up like this?" "He won't." Zheng Mo shook his head slightly. "While this person is arrogant and domineering, he is not someone who gets carried away by success. He is not recklessly boarding the vessel." Guan Yulua looked curiously at Zheng Mo, said mildly, "The Brocade Emperor is the one in charge of ingenious flying peak at the end of the day." It was true that the Grand Plainness Origin Lady Tao Yu was at odds with the Southeastern Exalt Chao, Jie, and Fu Ting. It was also true that her relationship with the Brocade Emperor was not as simple as that of senior apprentice brother and a junior apprentice sister. Still, whether or not she was on good terms with Nonly Mountain, however arrogant and domineering she was, a single fact could not be changed. The Brocade Emperor was the true lord of ingenious flying peak, one of the world beyond world's 5 emperors. Before the Brocade Emperor had clearly expressed his stance, Tao Yu would not really make things difficult for Yin Zhaoge. If she could easily take care of Yin Zhaoge, she would certainly not mind standing up for her best friend, teaching this arrogant and impolite junior a lesson. Still, discovering that Yin Zhaoge was not as easy to deal with as she had previously thought, Tao Yu naturally had to be cautious. After all, she knew that the Brocade Emperor had invited Yin Di and Yin Zhaoge to the minor no-hatred Dao Arena as guests. While she could not be certain about the Brocade Emperor's feelings towards Yin Di and Yin, she could not be. Moreover, the appointed battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd was imminent. Tao Yu had come here to watch over the Brocade Emperor rather than to cause trouble. If it had been another time and place, Tao Yu's arrogant temper would have flared up. Even if he didn't intend to kill Yin Zhaoge, he would still have shed all pretense of cordiality and properly measure Yin Zhaoge's worth. But now, she was the one who had to swallow her anger. This young man is really not simple. Zheng Mo also looked towards the Red Lotus Sky ship. While the broad Creed mountain that Yin Zhaoge hailed from had the name of Taoism's East Peak, everyone knew that it was unrelated to the 5 peaks of Taoism of pre-Great Calamity times, instead originating from a lower world. While the speed at which sects of the lower worlds rose to prominence was shockingly fast, having stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds within a short few years, they had not been able to do so. Yet, in the eyes of the peak legacies of the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain was still a small sect. Let alone the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and the exalts of 10 territories, Broad Creed Mountain did not even have a single immortal bridge martial saint. The star-plucking practitioner Guan lied. Shun Lingzi, Daoist Shi, and King Xuanqing had indeed perished at Broad Creed Mountain. Still, as most people outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory saw it, it was because of the immortal artifact, the extreme Yang seal, and the extreme Yin crown. While they were curious as to how such a weak power like Broad Creed Mountain was able to wield an immortal artifact, it was destined that they would not be able to do so for long. Many people saw Broad Creed Mountain like a 10-year-old child who was ostentatiously parading through the streets while wielding a priceless treasure. If not for the protection of the Southeastern Exalt and the unclear stance of the Brocade Emperor, it would have long since been plundered clean by others. Even the Southern Exalt Zhuangshun had explicitly ordered his disciples not to covet the dim radiant wheel. Still, not coveting the dim radiant wheel and not dealing with Broad Creed Mountain were two different things altogether. If there was a chance, he would definitely not mind destroying Broadcrete Mountain. It was just that he would keep a respectful distance from the dim radiant wheel, not collecting it. Broadcrete Mountain also had many other treasures. The martial practitioners of profound remnant locale did not have much of a relationship with Broadcrete Mountain. Still, they had a pretty good impression of Broadcrete Mountain because Feng Yunsheng had saved Guan Yulaw. Still, they might not really think highly of Broadcrete Mountain. It was only when they had seen Yin Zhaoge that their impression of Broadcrete Mountain gradually changed. Now that they had witnessed Yin Zhaoge's methods, they truly saw him in a different light. Zhang Mo gazed at Golden Court Mountain's Mu Jun, sensing his gaze. Mu Jun did not speak as he instead looked towards the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Lonely Mountain's legacy was not something that ordinary legacies could compare to. Everyone knew that the spatial heavenly scripture of the Jade, clear direct lineage was one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. While it was not suited for dealing with the thunder of eternal night, they were all seeing divinity martial saints at the end of the day. They were even late seeing divinity martial saints amongst them. Mu Jun was an early immortal bridge martial saint with the foundation of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage. While it would not be a problem for him to defeat these Lonely Mountain martial practitioners, it would be completely impossible for him to capture all of them alive in virtually an instant. Resist, defeat, kill, capture alive. From low to high, the difficulty was completely different. Mu Jun could not help but wonder what the outcome would be if he were to face Yin Zhaoge. After thinking for a moment, Mu Jun could not help but laugh, feeling that it was best for him not to continue thinking about this problem. It was just that he could not help but feel a little despondent. How long had it been since he had first met Yin Zhaoge? Yin Zhaoge was not concerned about the thoughts of those below the vessel. He boarded the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, entering its cabin under the guidance of that ingenious Flying Peak disciple. The layout of the cabin was exceptionally luxurious. Yin Zhaoge's eyelids twitched. Scanning slightly, he saw many rare treasures that were virtually extinct even in the world beyond worlds. It was not an exaggeration that the Brocade Emperor loved to enjoy life. Still, the one controlling this divine vessel was a woman at this moment. She appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, the prime age for women to bloom. She was indeed a rare beauty. Still, there was a hint of arrogance between her brows. Currently, she was not smiling as she looked rather unfriendly. Junior Yin Zhaoge greets the Grand Plainness Origin Lady. Yin Zhaoge's expression was relaxed, as all was normal. The person before him was naturally the owner of ingenious Flying Peaks, Clear Spring Cave, the Grand Plainness Origin Lady, Tao Yu. Tao Yu appraised Yin Zhaoge all over before, suddenly saying after a while, "It is not just the thunder of eternal night. The direct lineage of the dim radiant sect is not the dim radiant scripture, but the dim radiant 12 arts. It is the aeon light heavenly scripture of the jade, clear, direct lineage's 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. There is also a martial art that I cannot be certain of. Still, it seems a little like the Dark Moon pill scripture that was lost after the Great Calamity. Other than that," Tao Yu frowned, "there is a supreme martial art that is integrated with the concept of space. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to suppress so many descendants of Lonely Mountain who cultivate in the spatial heavenly scripture. Still, there is not much involved in this martial art. You seem to be intentionally concealing it, as I cannot tell its origins." Yin Zhaoge met Tao Yu's gaze calmly, smiling after she had finished. "I also integrated some profundities of the faceless devil scripture within." Tao Yu's gaze was calm as she nodded slowly after a while. The profundities of so many martial arts are not simply pieced together. They actually vaguely show signs of being integrated. Yin Zhaoge, you indeed have the qualifications to be proud. Chapter 932. Looking at Tao Yu, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Origin Lady overpraises me. Apart from the Jade Clear and Grand Clear Direct lineages, the martial arts of Taoism that circulated in the world were more or less related to the Grand Clear lineage. As an expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm and of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, not only did Tao Yu recognize the dim radiant 12 arts, He even recognized the Dark Moon Pill scripture. As she had said, the Dark Moon Pill scripture had not circulated in the world beyond worlds of post-Great Calamity times. The reason why Tao Yu was able to recognize it was because his master had a long history. As for the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture, it wasn't hard for her to recognize it. After all, the Jade Clear Lineage's primordial Heavenly Scripture was too famous. What made Tao Yu somewhat suspicious was that the ultimate technique that involved the mysteries of space was naturally the Immortal Trapping Sword. Still, while some of the concept of the Immortal Trapping Sword manual had been integrated into Yin Zhaoge's Thunder of Eternal Night, Tao Yu was unable to see through it for the time being. Currently looking at Yin Zhaoge, there was still no good will to be seen within her eyes. While the Brocade Emperor was on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, the conflict between Tao Yu and the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie was rather deep. Some of this had to do with the Western Exalt. Tao Yu and the Western Exalt's wife had been close friends since their youth, while the Western Exalt and Chao Jie were on bad terms. If it was said that Tao Yu and Chao Jie only disliked each other in the beginning, then after so many years, the conflicts, both big and small, had gradually become irreconcilable. Even without the Western Exalt, it would already be difficult for Tao Yu and Chao Jie to walk together now. Moreover, when Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di had gone to the minor no-hatred Dao arena previously, it had been Fu Ting who had received them. Tao Yu had mixed feelings about Fu Ting. As she saw it, Fu Ting had definitely played a part in the Brocade Emperor treating Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di differently. On the other hand, Fu Ting was also very close to Golden Court Mountain. Tao Yu was naturally unhappy that Yin Zhaoge had a close relationship with both Chao Jie and Fu Ting at the same time. However, after the encounter just now, Tao Yu, just like Zheng Mo and the others, noticed that the young man before them seemed to be very different from what they had expected. Currently, the gaze with which she was looking at Yin Zhaoge did not contain any contempt at all. In that clash, just now, even as Yin Zhaoge resisted her, he had also been able to maintain the thunder of eternal night that enveloped those of Lonely Mountain from being broken. This was equivalent to having won a move. It was true that Yin Zhaoge wielded the Heaven-Earth reversing axe. Yet, how many late-seeing divinity martial saints to the 6th level of the martial saint realm would be able to defeat her, Tao Yu, by relying on a high-grade sacred artifact that had yet to exert its full power? Fu Ting couldn't do it. Even mid-immortal bridge martial saints who were not on the level of Zheng Mo and Long Han Hua might not be able to accomplish this. However, Yin Zhaoge had done it. Tao Yu, who had always been arrogant, was also shocked at this moment. There was no need to mention the dim Radiant Emperor, since he was already dead. Still, thinking of the extreme Yang Seal and the extreme Yin Crown, Tao Yu's mind was momentarily filled with countless thoughts. Yin Zhaoge stood unhurriedly, smiling as he looked at Tao Yu. His expression relaxed. The grand, clear, direct lineage was boundlessly profound. Ingenious Flying Peak did not possess just a single peak martial art. Other than the Brocade Emperor, who might be a little special, even if others were proficient in all peak martial arts, they would most likely focus on some. The fact that Tao Yu was called the Grand Plainness Origin Lady had already explained the problem. She and the lineage of her Clear Spring Cave would most likely focus more on the Grand Plainness immeasurable body of the Grand Cosmos, 5 manifestations. Of all the cave manners of Ingenious Flying Peak aside from Red Lotus Cliff, her lineage was probably the one who had the deepest understanding of the Grand Plainness immeasurable body. The Grand Plainness immeasurable body was a peak defensive technique of Taoism that was comparable to the 5 elements deific immortal body of the life creation heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage. Tao Yu's defenses were extremely powerful. In the entire world beyond worlds, there were probably extremely few immortal bridge martial saints who possessed stronger defenses than her. Also, her attacks would probably still surpass those of most, such as the likes of the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide. After all, Tao Yu was also proficient in supreme martial arts like the Taiji Yin Yang Palm. Still, compared to her own defenses or those of her lineage who were proficient in martial arts like the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, Her attacks were not all that outstanding. It was just that this way, she would be completely unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. It was true that Tao Yu was arrogant. Before they had clashed, she had indeed not taken Yin Zhaoge seriously at all. Still, she was an actual expert at the end of the day. As the saying went, experts would be able to tell with a single move. With just a single exchange, Tao Yu already had a general estimate of the strength that Yin Zhaoge had displayed. This was someone whose strength far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Let alone her at the same cultivation level, he even surpassed Fu Ting at the same cultivation level. Tao Yu even felt that her senior apprentice brother, the lofty brocade emperor of the world beyond world's 5 emperors, would also be unable to defeat this youth at the same cultivation level. Tao Yu found this hard to believe. Yet, she had no choice but to believe it. Whatever her personal opinion of the Southeastern Exalt, Fu Ting, and Yin Zhaoge was, she had to admit that this was an unparalleled genius. If those lonely mountain disciples were to run over to her now and say that Yin Zhaoge had only relied on external objects like the extreme Yang seal and the like, not possessing any true abilities himself, Tao Yu would first give them a slap, waking up these people who were lying through their teeth. Even so, a disciple of Lonely Mountain had been slapped right before her eyes. If she did not do anything about it, she would not be Tao Yu. It was just that Tao Yu still felt rather hesitant at the end of the day. This was because the great battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd was about to begin soon. While she felt much resentment towards Fu Ting, with the Brocade Emperor at stake, even the usually domineering Tao Yu hesitated. Now, the expressions of Yin Zhaoge and Tao Yu simultaneously changed slightly. Outside the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, another clump of red light suddenly appeared amidst the endless darkness of space. Crimson fiery light erupted, the entire surrounding space seemingly shaking for a moment. Yin Zhaoge and Tao Yu exchanged glances at this moment, looks of understanding appearing on their faces. Mars Halberd had arrived. Blazing fire spread amidst the darkness of space. The Red Lotus heavenly vessel that had originally seemed shocking immediately resembled a remnant flower amidst the wind as it shook unceasingly. A divinity of fire that stood on 2 dragons appeared amid space. Meanwhile, the world formed of the fist intent of the Earth Exalt had no choice but to retreat at this moment. I'm already here. Where's Fu Yinqi? That majestic voice reverberated through the endless void at this moment. It lingered on endlessly, and everyone could hear it clearly. Fu Yinqi was precisely the name of Fu Ting's father, the Brocade Emperor. Still, there were probably no more than 10 people in the current world beyond worlds who dared to call him by his name directly. Tao Yu glanced at Yin Zhaoge before finally retracting her gaze, exiting the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Gazing at that giant of flame in the distance, she inhaled deeply. The time has not come. Do not be hasty. That giant of flame did not go overboard. It is fine. I have already waited for so long. There is indeed no need to rush. With that, he stood upright amid space. His face was concealed by flames as no one could see it clearly. Still, everyone present felt as though a gaze was on them. Yin Zhaoge exited the Red Lotus heavenly vessel as well, looking rather interestedly at the distant Mars Halberd. Chapter 9:33. Mars Halberd didn't need to show his power. Just by appearing, he had already become the center of attention. Everyone was either in awe or curiosity, secretly sizing him up. However, when they looked over, they felt as if the other party was also staring at them. Even under the protection of the Earth's sovereign realm or the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, everyone felt their bodies burning up as if they were in a blazing hell. Most people were actually surprised. While the current supreme experts of the world beyond worlds, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign of the 3 sovereigns were the exalted earth luminary and the exalted concealed luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past. The name of the Kunlun 9 luminaries was more of a legend than anything else. It seemed foreign and distant. People were already used to the high and mighty structure of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now that an expert comparable to a great emperor had suddenly appeared, everyone was surprised. What was even more surprising was that this wasn't a powerhouse who pushed open the gate of immortality. It was a weapon with its own thoughts and ideas. This weapon was the weapon of the exalted fire luminary, one of the Kunlu 9 luminaries in the past. All of this made people feel even more astonished and even more legendary. The long river of history, which had gradually become silent, seemed to have recently stirred up new waves. Meanwhile, this expert who had suddenly appeared challenged the Brocade Emperor to a battle, setting off a battle between Emperor-level experts which had not occurred for many years already. This was not just a simple spar, but a real battle with real swords and spears. Naturally, the attention of the entire world beyond worlds was focused on this. At this moment, Mars Halberd had already arrived. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the other party. Yin Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands towards Tao Yu. This Yin also feels rather fortunate to be able to attend such a grand event this time. I thank your clan for your magnanimity here. When I went to the Minor No Hatred Dao Arena previously, I was unable to meet the Brocade Emperor, feeling deeply regretful about it. If the Brocade Emperor is free after this battle, I hope to pay him a visit. I would like to trouble the Origin Lady to convey this Yan's intentions on my behalf. With that, Yin Zhaoge took his leave, disembarking the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's back and Mars Halberd in the distance, Tao Yu could only let out a helpless sigh. As Yin Zhaoge disembarked, he saw a figure appear in the distance, rapidly approaching. It was Fu Ting. After paying a visit to the Earth Exalt and learning that it was Tao Yu who had led Ingenious Flying Peaks team over to support the Brocade Emperor, Fu Ting's heart instantly thumped. According to etiquette, since Yin Zhaoge had arrived, he would most likely ascend the Red Lotus heavenly vessel to meet the person in charge of Ingenious Flying Peak. Calculating the time, Yin Zhaoge should have already boarded the vessel. Even if Fu Ting wanted to stop him, it would already be too late. When she came near the Red Lotus Sky ship, she stopped. Only after seeing Yin Zhaoge disembark from the Red Lotus heavenly vessel did he begin walking over once more. This was not because she wanted Yin Zhaoge to face Tao Yu alone. On the contrary, if Yin Zhaoge were to meet Tao Yu alone, there would still be room for negotiation, with Tao Yu able to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Fu Ting's impression of her martial uncle was also very complicated. Of course, she also understood Tao Yu's character very well. If Fu Ting was here, Tao Yu would be stubborn to the end. Seeing Fu Ting's movements, Yin Zhaoge immediately understood as he thought to himself, what an exquisite mind. There are some things that happened just now that I did not understand. If there is anything wrong, please forgive me, young Master Yin. Seeing him, Fu Ting first appraised him. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge did not look like he had been taken advantage of before, she heaved a sigh of relief. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It is fine. The Grand Planus Origin Lady is not someone who does not know her priorities. Fu Ting said, I saw Golden Court Mountain's senior apprentice brother Mu just now. How about young Master Yin join him? That is my intention, Yin Zhaoge nodded. Fu Ting cupped her fists towards him before ascending the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. Whether or not they were on bad terms with Tao Yu, the great battle that was about to commence now was the most important matter for all those of Ingenious Flying Peak. Yin Zhaoge landed on a red lotus petal. Mu Jun was currently smiling at him as he raised a thumbs up. Zhaoge is indeed extraordinary. Everyone says that Junior Apprentice Sister Fu of Ingenious Flying Peak is the most outstanding figure of our world beyond world's younger generation, reigning supreme over geniuses amongst geniuses as she looks down on monsters amongst monsters. Still, from what I saw today, you probably surpassed Junior Apprentice Sister Fu Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The boundless sea of the Tao. Slowly seek it. After a moment's pause, Yin Zhaoge asked, Mr. Mu, the Western Exalt was in secluded cultivation earlier. Now that he has emerged, he is even colluding with the Southern Exalt, joining forces with him. I wonder if the Southeastern Exalt has any plans to deal with this? After all, the Western Exalt was similarly on friendly terms with the Brocade Emperor. He could forget about convincing the Brocade Emperor not to battle with the Heaven Emperor and assist the Southeastern Exalt. Conversely, however, if he were to join forces with the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun to deal with the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie, the Brocade Emperor would not be able to forcibly suppress him. It's still hard to come to a conclusion now. The situation will only become clear after a few days. Mu Jun had chosen his words very carefully. It was not that he did not trust Yin Zhaoge. Instead, it was that Golden Court Mountain was currently in the midst of their plans, the results of which were hard to predict. Fortunately, the Heaven Emperor was currently not in the world beyond worlds, and the Brocade Emperor had coincidentally returned due to his arranged battle with Mars Halberd. As a result, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun temporarily dared not act rashly. The Western Exalt would not be able to gain any advantage against the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie alone. The two of them chatted while quietly waiting for the impending battle. Still, as time passed and the Brocade Emperor was still nowhere to be seen, the atmosphere inevitably turning rather solemn. Could it be that this big brother has something to do again and has stood us up at the last moment, unable to come? Yin Zhaoge could not help but wonder. On the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, Fu Ting, Tao Yu, and the other descendants of ingenious Flying Peak were naturally the most worried. After a while, Mars Halberd, who had been waiting quietly all along, suddenly said, "Time's up." Fu Ting and Tao Yu both had bitter expressions on their faces. An old man appeared in that oval world that flickered with dim yellow light in the distance. This old man had white hair and many wrinkles on his face, as he looked rather old. However, as soon as he appeared, an aura that resembled numerous earth dragons surged into the surroundings, suffusing the entire surrounding space. This was none other than one of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the Earth Exalt who presided over the central June Heaven territory. While he looked unassuming, his strength surpassed that of the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun. He was a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign. In terms of seniority and age, he was one of the few people in the entire world beyond worlds. It was just that he was unable to display any of this as he faced Mars Halberd now. Gazing into the distance, Mu Jun sighed softly. An emperor is indeed extraordinary. This is only natural. Otherwise, how could he be called a leakless true immortal? Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. Martial practitioners pushed open the door to immortality and ascended to the immortal realm, no longer being able to be reached by the human realm. After having passed the immortal mortal tribulation, their entire bodies would be flawless and leakless. Therefore, they were also known as leakless true immortals. Leakless actually meant that the things of the human realm would no longer be able to harm them. It was precisely because the human realm would no longer be able to harm them that they were known as immortals. Human exalts were human immortals. Still, they had yet to truly surpass that barrier between humans and immortals at the end of the day. A situation like Long Xueji's was an extremely rare one. Most of the time, an emperor would easily sweep through the combined might of multiple human exalts. Chapter 934. The Earth Exalt who looked old cupped his hands towards Mars Halberd. Please wait a moment. The Brocade Emperor will definitely not miss the appointment. He has hurried back from extra-dimensional space at the last moment. Therefore, the timing might be a little erratic. The face of the flame giant that Mars Halberd had transformed into was concealed by flames, as his expression could not be clearly seen. However, he turned his head and looked at the Earth Sovereign. Wang Zhengcheng, there's no need for you to say anything. The date was set by you guys, and if Fu Yinqi misses it, he'll be the one to be embarrassed. However, I will not let this matter rest. With the passing of time, many things are indeed different from back then. Still, as I have gradually come to understand the current world beyond worlds these days, I have many more questions that I would like to ask you about. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge looked at Mu Jun beside him. Mu Jun sent via sound transmission. Wang Zhengcheng is the name of the Earth Exalt. The Earth Exalt was a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign who had been famous for many years. In terms of seniority, The earthly sovereign had been of the same generation as the Brocade Emperor's Grandmaster, Daoist Xuanzhou. The Earth Exalt was of the same generation as the Brocade Emperor's master, as the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi was even his junior. Still, they were not of the same lineage at the end of the day. Therefore, seniority was usually different. Even if they were related, many rules did not apply to emperors. Still, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng was indeed much older than the Brocade Emperor. Long before the Brocade Emperor had made his debut, Wang Zhengsheng had already been famous for over 10,000 years. While it seemed like the Brocade Emperor and many others of the younger generation had surpassed him, there was a special reason for that. Speaking of which, Wang Zhengsheng's situation was similar to that of Yuan Zhengfeng back in the Eight Extremities world. Many years ago, he had been gravely injured to the core as he had remained in the 10th level of the martial saint realm. After passing the immortal mortal tribulation, he would ascend to the immortal realm. If he failed, he would perish. He had been injured as a human exalt, his situation much more severe than Yuan Zhengfeng's, as even the heaven-returning divine pill could not cure him. Even the earthly sovereign was unable to solve the problem of his own disciple. Still, as the oldest human exalt of the world beyond worlds, Wang Zhengqing's cultivation base had already reached the transformative stage as his strength surpassed that of Chao Jie, Zhuang Shun, and Lu Jinggu. As long as he was willing, he would virtually be able to suppress all disputes between the martial saints of the world by himself, even if it was Chao Jie and Zhuang Shun from before. Before the current 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories had been established in the world beyond worlds, when the earthly sovereign was still the exalted earth luminary, Wang Zhengsheng had already followed him around the world. Therefore, he and Mars Halberd were old acquaintances. Looking at Mars Halberd, Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng sighed and said, "Although my master is not here, his majesty concealed sovereign is in Kunlun Mountain. Although he is in closed-door training, I believe that his majesty concealed sovereign will come out to meet you if you visit." Mars Halberd said lightly, "No matter the result of today's battle, if I survive, I will go to Kunlun Mountain. If Fu Yunqi doesn't show up, I'll have to make a trip there." Wang Zhengsheng fell silent. The void fell into silence. Along with the passage of time, the atmosphere at the scene became even more anxious. Some of the people who came a little late, afraid that they would miss this unparalleled battle, found that the battle had yet to begin. Everyone who had rushed over to watch the battle looked at each other. Although there were no noisy discussions, they were all whispering to each other through voice transmissions. They still dared not openly discuss the Brocade Emperor who had yet to arrive. Still, thinking of how the Brocade Emperor had not appeared even after a long time had passed since Mars Halberd had destroyed the minor no-hatred Dao arena, everyone present stole glances at the Red Lotus heavenly vessel, their gazes growing increasingly doubtful. Now, however, that divinity of flame who resembled the center of the universe suddenly moved. He who had originally been seated in the meditative position on the massive fire dragon now stood up. Everyone had thought that Mars Halberd had grown impatient from waiting. Still, that flame giant did not move as he instead swiveled his head and gazed into the distance. The next moment, streams of purple chi suddenly surged there, instantly suffusing space. While not much of a powerful aura emanated, everyone present felt the same thing. There seemed to simultaneously be 2 centers amidst the space of the universe before them. One was that towering divinity of flame. Meanwhile, the other was located amidst that dense purple chi, on the Red Lotus heavenly vessel. The expressions of Fu Ting and Tao Yu instantly relaxed as they were no longer anxious in the least. The spirits of those who were watching the battle rose as well. While there was only dense purple chi before them with no trace of a person to be seen, everyone knew that the Brocade Emperor had arrived. "I have kept you waiting," a low, clear voice resounded from amidst the purple chi. As the purple chi dispersed, a figure was indistinctly visible amidst it. Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge saw a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s from the outside. He was dressed in snowy white clothes with a red robe on the outside. His long hair was not tied up, as it was instead draped directly behind his back. His appearance was truly admirable. His features could be said to be perfect, yet did not seem feminine in the least, as they were clearly defined and valiant. There seemed to be countless rich emotions surging in his eyes. At every instant, a different aura seemed to emanate from him, sometimes gentle and refined, sometimes valiant and resolute, sometimes melancholic and deep. Amidst the unceasing changes, there was no sense of incongruity at all, as it instead formed a unique attraction, causing those features which could already be said to be perfect in the first place to appear even more charming. It was a charm which caused the opposite sex to be infatuated with him, and those of the same sex to sigh in admiration, yet find it hard to feel jealous of him. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. The number one handsome man in the history of the world beyond worlds really lives up to his reputation. While he had previously seen an image of the brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi and had sighed in admiration at it, Yin Zhaoge felt that seeing him in person, his flair was even greater. Looking at that figure amidst the dense purple qi, Mars Halberd said calmly, "Since you have come, let us begin." While his opponent had destroyed his manner, no anger could be seen on the brocade Emperor's face. "Please, senior." The earth exalt Wang Zhengchang retreated. While this was a witness, there was no need for him to say anything now. At this moment, in this place, everything belonged to these two Emperor-level experts. Unexpectedly, the first to act was shockingly the brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi. He raised his palm, the qis combining yin and yang. Beneath the brocade Emperor's palm, the entire region of space before him directly collapsed, time blurry and space no longer existing as all things were reduced to the primordial qis of yin and yang. Yin and yang circulated, forming a massive taiji diagram which struck down towards Mars Halberd's head. Where the taiji diagram passed, all things reverted to yin and yang, no longer existing. As the taiji diagram circulated, it formed a crushing momentum which swept through all things, reducing them to nothingness beneath the brocade Emperor's palm. The further he advanced, the stronger the taiji diagram became, its strength seemingly limitless. The brocade Emperor had always been that carefree and unfettered image of him roaming freely beneath the heavens and the earth. It was his carefree style of passing through countless flowers and countless beauties. Still, the number of people this emperor had killed far surpassed the number of beauties he had experienced. Chapter 9:35. As the same taiji yin-yang palm was executed by the brocade emperor, it was a completely different scene. With a single palm strike, the universe before Shao Chun reverted to yin and yang qi, no longer looking like it did before. Watching the brocade emperor from the sidelines, Yin Zhaoge could feel that he had made new gains in analyzing the taiji yin-yang palm. Still, while the brocade emperor's attacks were extraordinary, his opponents were similarly not easy to deal with. Facing the brocade emperor's taiji yin-yang palm, that divinity of flame who stood amid space directly punched out. Under the influence of his power, the originally balanced yin and yang qi suddenly lost their balance. The yang qi became extremely vigorous, while the yin qi weakened. The originally magnificent tai qi diagram began to tear apart and then burst into flames. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge understood in his heart. The taiji yin-yang palm can guide yang and change yin, but the essence of fire contained in this attack of Mars Halberd is too strong. The tai chi yin-yang palm was exquisite, but Mars Halberd was an immortal weapon, so it was sharper and more vicious. Both sides collided head-on, just like a scholar meeting a soldier. The tai chi yin-yang palm also activated a boundless power. If the power was strong enough, the fire essence qi would still be turned into yin and yang qi and would not be able to break the tai chi diagram. Still, the brocade emperor did not hold the upper hand against Mars Halberd in a head-on clash. As the personal weapon of exalted fire luminary, one of the 9 luminaries of Kunlun, Mars Halberd had existed in this world for thousands of years. Although he had been injured and sealed back then, during the time he had been sealed, his injuries had already been healed, and he had even been constantly nourishing himself. Now Mars Halberd was stronger than before he was injured. His situation was special. He could unleash his full power, which was equivalent to a great emperor. A leakless true immortal who had rampaged through the world beyond worlds thousands of years ago. What Mars Halberd possessed was not just pure strength. He combined his own strength and had his own unique martial arts. While it seemed straightforward, it actually similarly contained subtle variations within, as the Brocade Emperor did not have the upper hand. The brutal flames rapidly exploded, incinerating the Taiji diagram as they even swept towards the Brocade Emperor himself. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi was not surprised. He had already guessed it himself and had been reminded by the Earth Exalt Wang, Zhengchen. On the one hand, Mars Halberd's martial arts originated from the supreme skill of exalted fire luminary. On the other hand, it originated from the powerful demon soul sealed in this immortal weapon. The combination of the two had condensed a martial art unique to Mars Halberd. Even he of the grand clear direct lineage could not underestimate it. Mars Halberd, who had followed the exalted fire luminary to conquer the universe in the past, might even surpass him in terms of personal accumulation and experience. Looking at the flames sweeping over towards him, the Brocade Emperor neither evaded nor evaded. White-colored clouds suddenly appeared on his body, instantly covering the void. Wherever the white cloud passed, the flames were all extinguished. Great simplicity, refinement, limitless true body. The white cloud suppressed the flames, and the fire element energy was quickly reduced to pure yang energy. The yang qi was born, and the yin qi reappeared, growing stronger and stronger. As they conversed, they instantly returned to the balance of yin and yang. The Taiji diagram also reappeared. The Brocade Emperor used the Taiji yin-yang palm with one hand and the grand plainness immeasurable body with the other, one attacking and one defending, complementing each other as he instantly dispelled Mars Halberd's attack, wanting to regain the initiative as he turned defense into offense. The flame giant snorted coldly amid space, his figure exploding as it transformed into all-encompassing flowing fire. A crimson halberd appeared amidst the infinite sea of flames, shooting straight towards the Brocade Emperor. The halberd slashed through space, the Taiji diagram instantly breaking apart. With a second strike, those streams of white cloud chi were hacked apart as well. Mars Halberd was not an ornament, nor was it a defensive tool or any other commonly seen item. This was a great halberd. It was an out-and-out weapon, a lethal weapon. It had been created for a single purpose, and that was to slaughter. Like a fire dragon soaring through the cosmos, Mars Halberd rampaged amid space as even the Brocade Emperor, who executed a peak defensive martial art of Taoism, the grand plainness immeasurable body, was unable to withstand its sharpness. A crescent blade at one end of the twin crescent halberd chopped directly before the Brocade Emperor. Fiery light illuminating the Brocade Emperor's handsome features as they were dyed entirely red. The Brocade Emperor's expression was calm as his figure suddenly seemed to turn transparent, tangible yet intangible. In the crowd's perception, the martial monarch seemed to have suddenly ceased to exist. Mars Halberd's attack instantly missed. Grand beginning bright emptiness form. Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. It was precisely the grand beginning bright emptiness form of the grand cosmos, 5 manifestations. The Brocade Emperor simultaneously executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body, his figure circulating alternately between the emptiness and the white cloud chi. Mars Halberd's attacks seemed to always be just a hair's breadth away from his body. This was naturally not Mars Halberd showing mercy. Instead, it was a result of the Brocade Emperor simultaneously executing 2 supreme martial arts of the grand clear direct lineage. The grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body combined, possessing defensive power comparable to that of the 5 virtues. Just this alone made Fu Yunqi one of the peak experts amongst leakless true immortals and emperors in terms of defensive power, as few could hope to match him. Executing these two supreme martial arts together, the Brocade Emperor regained his footing. This time, he no longer executed the Taiji yin-yang palm, as he instead slowly raised a finger, tapping towards Mars halberd. The dense purple chi that had accompanied him earlier was suddenly retracted at this moment, becoming formless and intangible as it was hard to estimate and measure. The universe suddenly shook. It was not just the sea of stars where they battled that shook as it spread unceasingly into the distance. Amidst the darkness of space, patterns of light suddenly filled the air. While those patterns of light were not bright, they contained infinite profundities and principles. The Brocade Emperor raised a hand, his movements light and slow as he seemed nonchalant. Amongst the spectators, even Guan Yulao, who was a martial grandmaster, was able to clearly see this. Yet, as his finger tapped out, it ignored space, time, and even the dense sea of flames as it directly arrived near Mars halberd, seemingly about to tap onto the shaft of that crimson halberd. The spectators were able to clearly see the entire process of the Brocade Emperor tapping out with his finger. Yet, most of them had blank looks on their faces, as they were completely unable to comprehend the concept within it all. There was only an extremely small number of people whose eyes lit up with an unprecedented glow. Grand Commencement Divine Finger. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly as he focused all his attention on the battle before him. He was one of those extremely few people who could recognize the martial art that the Brocade Emperor was currently executing. The Grand Commencement Divine Finger of the Grand Cosmos, 5 manifestations, also known as the Grand Supreme Earlier Heaven Divine Finger. It contained the formless and intangible concept of grand commencement as it manifested the earlier heaven chi of before the heavens and the earth had been created, being incomparably profound. As the Brocade Emperor tapped out with this finger, even Mars halberd shook slightly. Good. A loud roar resounded as Mars halberd, who had only been on the offensive since the start of the battle, retracted his stance for the first time. He flicked his pole, striking the Brocade Emperor's finger as both sides shook. Yet, Mars halberd abruptly spun, brandishing his blade as he hacked towards the Brocade Emperor once more. This time, the flames were retracted completely. There was only infinite sharpness that hacked towards the enemy, with the momentum of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. Chapter 9:36. The boundless, rampaging sea of flames that had originally suffused the cosmos completely vanished at this moment. There was only that great crimson halberd that swept along infinite sharpness, transforming into a bright light as it hacked towards the Brocade Emperor. That light was dazzling and dazzling as where it passed. The dim space around the Brocade Emperor's body was completely broken apart. Formless and intangible grand commencement soundlessly transformed into grand beginning that was tangible and intangible. Grand beginning that was tangible and intangible transformed into the original grand plainness that was tangible and intangible. Following this, grand plainness automatically divided, transforming into the Taiji of yin and yang. The next moment, Taiji circulated, yin and yang changing as the 4 phenomena and 8 trigrams were born. A new heavens and earth was about to be established. It was just that with this, the supreme martial arts of the Brocade Emperor's Grand Cosmos, 5 manifestations, actually vaguely showed signs of being broken by someone. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the surface of that crimson twin crescent halberd was currently dim and hazy. Graceful streams of qi intermingled, vaguely condensing into an illusory figure. Enveloped by that illusory figure, the Mars halberd seemed to have transformed into an object that resembled a banner whilst also an axe. Heaven-splitting banner, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. The 3rd scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, one of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures, the heaven-opening scripture. Seeing this scene from the yellow earthen world, the earth exalt Wang Zhengsheng had a rather subtle expression on his face. The 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the jade, clear, direct lineage. Besides the peerless heavenly scripture, the other 9 scriptures were known as the earlier heaven 3 scriptures and the later heaven 6 scriptures. The later heaven 6 scriptures elaborated on the various creation techniques after the heavens had been opened, as there was no order between them. Meanwhile, the earlier heaven 3 scriptures that followed closely after the peerless heavenly scripture had a fixed order. The second scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the primordial heavenly scripture, symbolized the creation of all things from nothingness, the very first one. The third scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the heaven-opening scripture, represented the birth of the great Tao, the opening of creation from one to many. The fourth scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the cyclic heavenly scripture, stood between earlier heaven and later heaven, establishing the changes of the 2 extremities as the foundation of the various principles of the world after the heavens and the earth had been opened. Amongst the founders of the 3 clear lineages, the Lord of primordial heavenly signified creation from nothingness. The primordial world division, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth, stabilizing the earth, water, fire, and wind, and creating the great might of the primordial world's creation was vividly displayed by the heaven-opening book. Among the martial practitioners who cultivated the primordial heavenly scriptures, Scientian 3 scriptures, those who cultivated the heaven-opening scripture possessed the strongest frontal combat ability. Even though the origin heavenly scripture was ranked before the heaven-splitting scripture and possessed boundless mysteries, it was still unable to withstand the might of the heaven-splitting scripture that could cleave apart everything in its path. At this moment, Mars Halberd's attack had integrated part of the concept of the heaven-opening book. The Jade Clear lineage's earlier Heaven 3 scriptures shared some similarities with the Grand Clear lineage's earlier Heaven Supreme martial arts. To a certain extent, the heaven-opening scripture countered the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations of the Grand Clear lineage. The situation was somewhat similar to how Yin Zhaoge had previously countered the Aeon Light heavenly scripture with the immortal trapping sword. Even the head of the 5 ties, the Tai Fist, would be at a disadvantage against the heaven-opening book alone. The other 4 ultimate arts would be restrained by the heaven-opening book and lose their power. Only when the grand celestial 5 grand essences were gathered and circulated together would they be able to withstand the might of splitting open the heavens. Therefore, now that Mars Halberd was going all out, of all the Brocade Emperor's martial arts, only the profound and hard-to-parry Grand Commencement Divine Finger was still barely able to be maintained. The Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness Body and the Grand Plainness Immeasurable Body that had been immovable and unshakable before were about to crumble. Seeing the scene before him, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengsheng could not help but sigh. Following the great calamity that year, the universe had shattered and Taoism had withered. The Kunlun 9 luminaries had congregated, viewing the heaven-opening scripture together and combining it with their original martial arts. Each of them had gained something. For example, the exalted gold luminary had researched the sword Tao and created the jade illusory heaven-opening sword. The exalted solar luminary had combined the yin-yang heavenly scripture and perfected the extreme yang scripture, comprehending the extreme yang world creation scripture, and so on. Wang Zhengsheng's master, the exalted earth luminary, the current earthly sovereign, had also possessed the yin-yang earth heaven opening art. The Kunlu 9 luminaries had joined hands to establish the world beyond worlds, finally witnessing the rebirth of Taoism. Mars Halberd's martial arts had been combined with the martial will of the exalted fire luminary. Beneath his halberd at this moment, it was like he wanted to break through the scenes of earlier heaven, separating the primordial chaos and resetting the earth, water, fire, and wind, opening the heavens and earth once more. The blurry darkness was completely parted by the bright radiance before boundless blazing fire reappeared once more. These flames had been created by Mars Halberd after he had hacked through the scenes of earlier heaven manifested of the Brocade Emperor's true essence before transforming them into blazing fire, which had then attacked the Brocade Emperor himself. With the creation of the heavens and the earth, this was the initial fire that existed between earlier heaven and later heaven as it nurtured infinite life force. Yet, as Mars halberd hacked down, boundless brutal killing intent surged as infinite life force was instantly transformed into infinite destructive power. The violent sea of flames swept the surrounding area at this moment. The spectators all retreated. If they hesitated in the slightest, they would all perish amidst this blazing fire. Gazing at Mars halberd, the Brocade Emperor did not appear flustered as he instead let out a long sigh. He executed another grand commencement divine finger, causing the approaching flames to pause slightly. He simply retracted the grand plainness, immeasurable body, only executing the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Before the grand beginning bright emptiness form was broken through by Mars halberd, the Brocade Emperor's figure swiftly retreated. Beneath the effects of the grand beginning bright emptiness form, the distance between them seemed to be completely grasped by the Brocade Emperor as the distance between them rapidly increased. Yet, Mars halberd flickered amidst space, having already dispelled the grand commencement divine finger as he immediately chased after him, arriving before the Brocade Emperor once more as he was unable to exert the profundities of the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Old ginger is still spicier. Beside Yin Zhaoge, Mu Jun sighed. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. The Lord of Tao and virtue exists between existence and non-existence, being the enaction of the great Tao as well as the manifestation of creation. Of the supreme martial arts recorded in the Daedejing, their earlier heaven supreme martial arts, as well as later heaven supreme martial arts. If the Brocade Emperor is not proficient in the Tai Fist of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, if he possesses the later heaven supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, earlier heaven and later heaven merging as one, he would not be countered by the heaven opening scripture. Mu Jun nodded. His Golden Court Mountains lineage originated from the legacy of the Purple Tenuity Emperor as it originated from the later heaven supreme martial arts recorded in the Daedejing. Unlike the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear Direct lineage, the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures were superior to the later Heaven 6 scriptures. The Daedejing of the Grand Clear Direct lineage was the embodiment of nothingness, as well as the manifestation of all phenomena, as it was not inferior to earlier Heaven Supreme martial arts. It was just that while Golden Court Mountain was on friendly terms with Ingenious Flying Peak, and the Brocade Emperor was on good terms with the Southeastern Exalt, they were still two different legacies at the end of the day. Still, even as he nodded in agreement with Yin Zhaoge's point of view, Mu Jun could not help but feel rather puzzled. This really exceeds my predictions once more. Zhaoge, you actually understand the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage so well? Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. By chance, I obtained an incomplete version of the Taiji Yin Yang Palm. While it is not of the same lineage as the Brocade Emperor's ingenious flying peak, it is indeed of the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage as well. Mu Jun understood. Oh, Junior Apprentice Sister Fu and those of Ingenious Flying Peak did mention it before. Still, never would I have thought that not only are you proficient in the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, you even have such a deep understanding of the Daedejing. He no longer pondered on this as he gazed at the two true immortal experts who were gradually getting further and further away from them amidst the darkness of space. Still, if Mars halberd does not possess an overwhelming advantage, I would still favor the Brocade Emperor. Mu Jun's expression was rather strange. After all, the Brocade Emperor himself possesses an immortal artifact. Chapter 9:37. Yin Zhaoge had long since learnt from Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners that the Brocade Emperor possessed an immortal artifact. Unlike the dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia who had died young back then, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi had already ascended to the immortal realm over 1,000 years ago. Yin Zhaoge and Mu Jun exchanged glances, both having rather strange expressions on their faces. Mars halberd was too special. Although in the eyes of this immortal armament, it was still a weapon. Still, everyone else, Yin Zhaoge and Mu Jun included, were used to seeing him as an emperor. Perhaps only at this moment did everyone realize that Mars' halberd was indeed a weapon. He couldn't refine other immortal weapons, nor could he use other immortal weapons. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have one, even if someone were to give him an immortal artifact, he would only be able to stare at it. The problem, however, was that his opponent, the Brocade Emperor, was not unarmed. There was also no rule stating that the Brocade Emperor had to fight Mars' halberd empty-handed. Mars' halberd himself was not that naive either. As expected, as the two of them gradually disappeared into the distance, a powerful aura burst out in the next instant. Even with the eyesight of Yin Zhaoge and the others, they were already unable to clearly see the scene of the two experts clashing. However, an unprecedentedly intense collision erupted in the distance. The violent shock waves surged far away and scattered in all directions like a tide. The red lotus heavenly vessel that Yin Zhaoge and the others were on shook intensely as they were directly jolted into retreat. On the other side, the earthen yellow world formed from the earth, Exalt Wang Zhengqing's true essence was still stable and unmoving. However, the size of the egg-like world had shrunk significantly, and its power had become more condensed. Only then was it able to withstand the shock waves from the battle between the two great emperors. Near the Red Lotus heavenly ship, the scarlet light that had turned into a giant red lotus also retracted at this moment. Yin Zhaoge and the others who had originally been on the flower petals now scattered in all directions, their figures flying backwards together. It's a pity that I can't watch any longer. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin somewhat regretfully, an expression of deep agreement appearing on the face of Mu Jun by the side. The Brocade Emperor wielded his immortal artifact in battle against Mars' halberd. Still, even Yin Zhaoge and the others were unable to ascertain the exact outcome of the battle. Still, Yin Zhaoge had already benefited greatly from this battle up to this point. Right now, he was more concerned about the outcome of the battle because of how the situation would develop in the future. Yin Zhaoge naturally hoped that the Brocade Emperor could emerge victorious. This had nothing to do with Mars' halberd tricking him into going to the immortal court. On the contrary, Yin Zhaoge was happy to learn about the existence of the immortal court, even though the process was a little dangerous. He swiveled his head to look at Mu Jun. After this battle, I wonder if I can pay a visit to your master, the Southeastern Exalt? Mu Jun replied, Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't. My master is out. Yin Zhaoge was taken aback. This was something that he had not been aware of when conversing with the chief of the Central June Heaven Territory's Jade Mountain sect, Lu Xiantong. Mu Jun explained, just recently, not long before the day of the Brocade Emperor's battle with Mars' halberd, the Earth Exalt returned from extra-dimensional space, inviting my master to the Central June Heaven Territory. It seems that something major has happened. Not only my master, it is said that the other supreme beings have also been invited. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. This means that the exalts of the 10 territories have all gathered in the Central June Heaven Territory. When he had heard Lu Xiantong mention that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing and the Brocade Emperor had left the world beyond worlds together after deciding on the date of their battle, Yin Zhaoge had actually already been rather concerned about this. Unlike the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who frequently ventured into extra-dimensional space, the 10 exalts had always remained in the world beyond worlds, seldom leaving. The only exception was the upper exalt whose movements were hard to pinpoint. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing was virtually equivalent to the Lord of the Central June Heaven Territory, as he sat over it all year round. The daily affairs of the Central June Heaven Territory were mostly handled by Wang Zhengqing as well. As a personal disciple of the earthly sovereign and the most active existence amongst the descendants of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Yin Zhaoge felt that this Earth Exalt was like the steward of Kunlun Mountain. In truth, when the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were either in secluded cultivation or away, Wang Zhengqing had managed the Central June Heaven Territory and even the world beyond worlds in an orderly manner. It was definitely not normal for such a person to suddenly leave the world beyond worlds. Now, it was not just Wang Zhengsheng. Chao Jie, Zhuang Shun, Lu Jinggu, and the others had also left their respective territories, congregating in the central June Heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Mr. Mu, may I ask if something like this has ever happened before? It has, Mu Jun answered, around 100 years ago. A pondering look appeared on his face as he was clearly concerned about this as well. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly, thinking, is it related to the immortal court and Buddhism? According to the words of those of the lofty towering world, the battle between the two has been getting more and more intense recently. From the looks of it, there should be a peak in the battle between the two sides every 100 years. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Their longevity should be slightly longer than that of mortals. Generally speaking, the longest lifespan of mortals is only around 100 years old. He had previously guessed that the peak experts of the world beyond worlds like the Brocade Emperor and the Primordial Heaven Emperor had all headed to extra-dimensional space because of the battle between the immortal court and Buddhism. While there was still no concrete evidence now, Yin Zhaoge was even more certain of his earlier guess. It was just that he did not know what the situation would be like after the 10 exalts had congregated in the central June Heaven territory. Would they remain in the world beyond worlds, or would they head to extra-dimensional space as well? Kunlun Mountain still had the concealed sovereign and the female emperor at least. Overall, the situation in the world beyond worlds was still stable. Still, when it came to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the southern Blazing Heaven territory, and the eastern Vast Heaven territory, there would definitely be some disturbances without the presence of exalts. Without the great mountain overhead, the various hegemons would naturally have more space to exert their might. The Royal Reed Sea, where Broad Creed Mountain was located, would not have too many disturbances. In the past, ferocious dragons might have crossed the river. The Grand Qian dynasty had entered the territory of the Royal Reed Sea roughly 100 years ago. Still, in the earlier battle at Broad Creed Mountain, the star-plucking practitioner Wan Lide, a late immortal bridge martial saint, had left many in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory shocked. While many believed that it was due to the might of an immortal artifact, whatever the case, Guan Lai to the 9th level of the martial saint realm had truly fallen here. As a result, most people felt uneasy as they dared not act rashly. While there were definitely others who coveted the immortal artifact, they dared not blindly invade it. As for those outside the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, it would not be so easy for them to cross the border. While the southeastern exalt was not present, the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory would still naturally reject outsiders. It was just that Yin Zhaoge felt that it was a pity. He had originally wanted to make use of this chance to visit the southeastern exalt Chao Jie and inquire about his mother. Anyway, in Chao Jie's eyes, Yin Zhaoge, who had already made a trip to the immortal court, could already give up on himself. A pity, truly a pity. Yin Zhaoge had a regretful look on his face. Chapter 9:38. While the Brocade Emperor and the Earth Exalt were both in the know, Yin Zhaoge did not feel that it was a good idea to ask them about it. The Earth Exalt did not need to be mentioned. While the Brocade Emperor currently appeared friendly, it was still uncertain what his opinion was regarding Xue Chuqing. From the looks of it now, he could only wait patiently. Still, everything had its pros and cons. The existence of the dim radiant wheel was likely to draw the attention of the immortal court. When he had slain the vast young exalt of the immortal court's lineage, Pei Hua, when he had seen the dim radiant wheel, his emotions had been rather abnormal. Most of it had naturally been hatred and fury. The number one expert of his vast Yang Palace, and also their only emperor, had been slain by the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia. Pei Hua's hatred was understandable. Still, Yin Zhaoge acutely sensed that Pei Hua seemed to be feeling other than hatred. Yin Zhaoge felt that it might not be a problem with Pei Hua himself. Instead, it was the attitude of the entire immortal court. The news of him possessing the dim radiant wheel was currently only circulating in the world beyond worlds. If this news spread to the immortal court, there might be some changes. Still, that should only happen after the great battle between the immortal court and Buddhism had calmed down and was no longer as intense. Before that, their attention should still be placed on Buddhism, vying for incense and territory with them. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he continued retreating. In the distance, the two emperor-level experts were already completely enraged as they no longer cared about their surroundings. Streaks of white cloud, chi, and streaks of crimson fiery light intertwined, sweeping through this region of space. Both sides moved as they fought, gradually leaving the original battlefield as they traversed an even larger region of extra-dimensional space. The great battle did not cease. Gradually, those terrifying aftershocks weakened. This was not because the two were exhausted. Instead, they were getting further and further away from Yin Zhaoge and the other spectators. Yin Zhaoge and the others did not attempt to follow them. At this point, with the two true immortals exerting their full strength, they were no longer spectators. Of everyone present, only the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengcheng had the ability to continue spectating. He was also the only one who had left his original position and followed them. As the judge of this battle, this was only natural. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge and the others, including Fu Ting, Tao Yu, and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners on the Red Lotus Heavenly Vessel, had already finished spectating the battle. They only had to wait patiently for the results. The wait didn't take too long. After a short while, a dazzling red light suddenly streaked across the dark void in the distance, as if it had split the void apart. The red light disappeared in the blink of an eye. The heat in the void gradually subsided, and the previous cold and lonely state was restored. Everyone exchanged glances. The battle between the great monarchs seemed to have come to an end. The Brocade Emperor had won. Not mentioning Yin Zhaoge, Mu Jun by the side, first let out a sigh of relief. According to what the two sides had said in the previous battle, the Brocade Emperor was the representative of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, ending the enmity between him and Mars Halberd over the Grand Clear Martial Practitioners, helping the Dragon race to seal him that year. Before the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi had been defeated, Mars Halberd would not find trouble with the other direct lineages of the Grand Clear lineage. In the current world beyond worlds, besides ingenious Flying Peak, only Golden Court Mountain remained of the orthodox Grand Clear direct lineage. In truth, the situation this time was unique. In order to prepare for battle, if the Brocade Emperor was willing, the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia was likely to provide the heavenly cycle righteous art and the three enclosures Emperor sword for his reference. Still, the Brocade Emperor, who was accompanied by an immortal artifact, clearly had his own confidence and pride, as he had ultimately still been able to take on this battle all by himself. The final outcome of the battle seemed to prove this point as well. From the looks of it, that Mars Halberd seems to be a man of his word. There shouldn't be any problems with this outcome, right? Yin Zhaoge sighed in relief as well. After a long time, purple chi reappeared. Vast purple chi rose from the east, enveloping the space of the universe before them once more. The world beyond worlds martial practitioners present all cheered in unison. While Mars Halberd had some connection with the world beyond worlds, he was already a legend of history as he had only suddenly reappeared recently. The Brocade Emperor had been one of the peak sovereigns of the world beyond worlds in the past millennia, as he possessed great prestige. Even if the spectators had no stake in this battle, they were still more inclined towards the Brocade Emperor. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It looks like Mars Halberd was defeated. The Brocade Emperor was unable to destroy or subdue him. For some reason, Mars Halberd hates the dragon race to the bone. While there is enmity between him and us of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, it is not a death enmity. Mu Jun said, he is not the Brocade Emperor's match. He might not fight to the death. With his strength, it would still be very difficult for him to stay if he wanted to leave. As Mu Jun said this, he smiled at Yin Zhaoge. Moreover, Mars Halberd was the accompanying weapon of the exalted fire luminary at the end of the day. If not for death enmity, the Brocade Emperor would not have fought to the death with him. As for subduing this immortal artifact, this is certainly a tempting thought. Still, first not mentioning that he is different from other immortal artifacts. Just the exalted fire luminary alone is enough to make one feel apprehensive. It is rumored that this bigwig has yet to perish. If he does not speak, everyone would have to take things a little more lightly. Mu Jun extended a finger, tapping Yin Zhaoge lightly. It is fine that your broad Creed mountain possesses the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. While they're extremely powerful high-grade sacred artifacts, they are not immortal artifacts at the end of the day. However, the situation with Mars Halberd is different. As the two spoke, that vast purple chi that enveloped space entered the red lotus heavenly vessel, vanishing. The spectators all approached the red lotus heavenly vessel, preparing to offer their congratulations. Still, while they were allowed to board the vessel, the Brocade Emperor did not meet them, as he was instead received by the Grand Plainness Origin Lady Tao Yu. The hearts of Zheng Mo, Mu Jun, Lu Xiangtong, and the others all jolted slightly. While the Brocade Emperor had emerged victorious in his battle with Mars Halberd, could it be that he had been heavily injured as well, thus not receiving any guests? Of course, with the Brocade Emperor having been injured, Mars Halberd's injuries would only have been worse. Seeing only Tao Yu and not Fu Ting, Yin Zhaoge had other guesses. He and Fu Ting had inadvertently gone to the lands of the immortal court together. This must have been a taboo in the hearts of the higher echelon experts of the world beyond worlds. After learning of the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court, while Fu Ting could not explain it clearly, she had always had a strange feeling about it. Yin Zhaoge believed that it was not just her imagination or her misconception. Referring to the similar warnings of the Brocade Emperor, the Southeastern Exalt and the Northeastern Exalt, Yin Zhaoge guessed that Fu Ting's feeling was not wrong. Having gotten his daughter at such an old age, yet having such a thing happen, the Brocade Emperor would naturally be nervous. Yin Zhaoge even thought that since the Brocade Emperor had not seen Fu Ting previously, having immediately clashed with Mars Halberd after arriving at the battlefield, he had only learnt of Fu Ting's experiences after the battle. If he had known of this before the battle, perhaps today's battle might have turned into a battle to the death? Chapter 9:39. While he knew that Yin Zhaoge and Fu Ting had traveled together to the territory of the Immortal Court, the Brocade Emperor did not summon him this time. After the battle, Yin Zhaoge returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds along with Mu Jun and the others. The Brocade Emperor had previously invited father and son to be his guests, but he had stood them up due to his own reasons. Now, the Brocade Emperor seemed to have no intention of meeting them. Fu Ting had specifically dispatched fellow disciples of ingenious Flying Peak over to apologize. The Brocade Emperor had not been injured in the final battle. He had indeed had no intention of fighting to the death with Mars Halberd then. Therefore, after Mars Halberd had retreated in defeat, the battle between the two sides had come to an end. The Brocade Emperor did not linger in the world beyond worlds for long, as he quickly left, heading to foreign dimension. While he had not said it explicitly, this indirectly verified Yin Zhaoge's guess. The Brocade Emperor had indeed stayed for a short while after the battle because of Fu Ting. Fu Ting herself was currently in secluded cultivation at ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. Because she had sent someone with the message, Fu Ting had not explained her current situation in detail. Yin Zhaoge could not be sure if the Brocade Emperor had resolved the aftereffects of his daughter heading to the Immortal Court. From the looks of it, it did not seem optimistic. If it could be easily resolved, Chao Jie, Lu Jinggu, and the others would not have had to warn Yin Zhaoge time and time again. While this ingenious Flying Peak disciple had come on Fu Ting's orders, he actually did not understand the actual situation. He had primarily come here to explain the matter of the Brocade Emperor having failed to meet him earlier and being unable to make up for it now. It could be seen that this ingenious Flying Peak disciple was actually rather puzzled with the Brocade Emperor's status. Meeting two martial practitioners who had yet to even ascend the Immortal Bridge seemed to be a very casual thing for him. He could not understand why Fu Ting had specially sent someone to explain. Still, he was still very polite, not showing any arrogance in his words or actions. Yin Zhaoge naturally would not explain the matter of the Immortal Court to him, as he sent him off after receiving him. Looking at Yuan Zhengfeng, Fu Inshu, Fang Jun, and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge silently sighed. He could not explain the matter of the immortal court to that ingenious flying peak disciple from earlier, nor could he explain it in detail to his own people. As for his whereabouts following the destruction of the minor no-hatred Dao arena earlier, Yin Zhaoge could only explain it by saying that he had found his way back after having fallen into the chaotic flows of space. The Buddhist sects became a good cover, and Yuan Zhengfeng and the others already knew about it. Is father still in secluded cultivation? After bidding them farewell, Yin Zhaoge returned to his lodgings and asked Ahu. Because the Northern Ocean clone had remained on the mountain, not only did Yin Zhaoge know that Feng Yunsheng had already successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, having also been adventuring outside, he had long since known that when the minor no-hatred Dao arena had collapsed, Yindi, who had been separated from him, had already returned to Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds. Calculating the time, Yindi should not have crashed into the territory of the immortal court or Buddhism yet. However, after returning, Yindi quickly entered secluded cultivation. Such a hurried action was rarely seen by Yindi. He had told Yin Zhaoge before entering secluded cultivation. Therefore, it should not be anything bad. Yin Zhaoge was still at ease. Ahu scratched his big head and answered, "Patriarch is still in seclusion." Yin Zhaoge nodded before smiling at Ahu. Yunsheng and senior apprentice brother Su have both transcended mortality and entered sainthood. You have to work hard too. In terms of aptitude and comprehension ability, this big fellow before him wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Xue Fei, Tang Yonghao, and the others. Xue Fei had remained in the vast ocean world for a very long time before this, having cultivated for a rather long time. Still, Ahu had been by Yin Zhaoge's side and had abundant resources of all kinds. Also having cultivated in the favorable environment of the world beyond worlds these past few years, he had not been left far behind by Xue Fei. At around 40 years of age, while he had yet to step into the transcending mortality stage, he was still a late essence talisman martial grandmaster, having established his heavenly altar. In terms of age, he was also very young in the world beyond worlds. While he could not compare to Fu Ting, Long Hanhua, Zhuang Chaowei, and Zheng Yamo, those people had all cultivated an extremely superior environment since young. Ahu had only been in the world beyond worlds for a few years. Feng Yunsheng was a maiden of extreme Yin, aided by the extreme Yin crown. Her situation was unique and could not be compared. If this was the eight extremities world of the past, there would be no one else besides Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di who possessed such speed. Of course, what left many speechless was the fact that such an essence talisman martial grandmaster still followed Yin Zhaoge around, willingly becoming his servant. From the looks of it, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was much higher than Ahu's. As a lofty seeing divinity martial saint, it seemed very normal for him to have a martial grandmaster as his servant. Actually, let alone the eight extremities world, this was extremely rare even in the world beyond worlds. Martial practitioners who had attained the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm and possessed the potential to transcend mortality and enter sainthood all had their own pride. Martial practitioners who were humble were common, while those who were lowly were rare. Even if there were those who were willing to become servants, they were often those whose hopes of advancing upwards had already been severed, as they were like the setting sun over the western mountains. There was virtually no one like Ahu who was as young and had limitless potential, yet was willing to become someone else's servant. Those who were familiar with Yin Zhaoge and him, let alone Mu Jun, Zheng Ming, and Chun Zhiliang of Golden Court Mountain, who were shocked. Even those of Broad Creed Mountain themselves were astonished at how Ahu's cultivation base was still the same as before despite having risen. After all, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di had never had any intention of suppressing or restricting Ahu. Yet, this big fella himself still did as he pleased, remaining the same as he had in the past. The affairs of the world were ever-changing, but in the hearts of Ahu and Huang Hutting, there seemed to only remember that the family head had saved him and his grandfather. Therefore, no matter what he became or how high his cultivation base was, this life of his would forever belong to the Yin family. Young master, I feel that I am not far from the transcending mortality stage. Ahu chuckled. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. You should be more careful. Han Long was already about to catch up. Ahu instantly grimaced. That kid, he suddenly thought of something, saying, right, young master, there's something. Little Jun obtained a fortuitous encounter while traveling outside. Feeling that it would not be easy for him to handle, he reported it to the clan. The family head is in secluded cultivation, and the old chief and Elder Fong said that he would hand it over to you when you returned. Yes, Grand Master and second apprentice uncle told me about it briefly. Yin Zhaoge's expression turned solemn. I heard that it might be related to the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. In the Eight Extremities world, Broad Creed Mountain could be considered a relatively orthodox lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. Its founder, the heaven-opening old man Qiu Yuan, had established the Clear Qi profound art, which had been Broad Creed Mountain's foundation for many years. The clan's secret martial arts, the Eight Extreme Arts, had all originated from this. Currently, however, Broad Creed Mountain had already come to a consensus regarding matters related to the direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. As long as Yin Zhaoge was free, he would be the one to handle it. Ahu said, it seems to be a clue to a cave manor left behind by an ancestor. There are some coincidences within, and it is not easy to find. After a few years, the cave manor will automatically appear, and only then will outsiders be able to find it. Counting the days, it should be around these 2 years or so. The clan is also unable to confirm it at the moment. As he said this, Ahu handed over an item. Receiving it, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was a damaged horsetail whisk. Chapter 940. Having remained in the vast ocean world for a rather long period of time, Jun, who had always been diligently cultivating without slacking off, his current cultivation base was already not low. Of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Jun was ranked at the top. What was especially noteworthy was that he was Su Fei's disciple and was actually the current fourth-generation disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Right now, not only was he at the top of the fourth-generation disciples, but he had even surpassed many seniors. Of Broad Creed Mountain's third-generation disciples, other than Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Su Fei who were far ahead, only Sikong Qing was superior to him. Ing Longtu's talent was higher, but he had cultivated for a shorter period of time. His current cultivation level was similar to Jun's. After coming to the world beyond worlds, Jun had not relaxed at all as he had instead worked even harder, causing Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and Su Fei to feel incomparably gratified. At this moment, this damaged horsetail whisk in Yin Zhaoge's hands was something that Jun had inadvertently obtained while traveling outside a few days ago. Yes, Grand Master and the others have judged correctly. There is indeed some hint of the Grand Clear Direct lineage's aura within. Analyzing that horsetail whisk, Yin Zhaoge discovered that the spiritual qi within was too thin to be of much use. However, the runes on the surface of the horsetail whisk formed a few runes. Even though they were badly damaged, one could still make out some clues. It could be seen that this horsetail whisk was once a saint weapon. However, that was already history. Yin Zhaoge's finger streaked across the broken horsetail whisk. Since the time is not yet ripe, we should just wait patiently, waiting for that cave manor to appear before making our plans. After settling down, Yin Zhaoge also began pondering about the problem of his own cultivation. While Yin Zhaoge had only seen half of the great battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd this time, it was still an extremely precious experience for him. As compared to most of the spectators, Yin Zhaoge's gains were even greater. The clash between the Jade Clear lineage's Heaven Opening Scripture and the Grand Clear lineage's earlier Heaven Supreme martial arts resulted in mutual reinforcement and suppression. Other than the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, Yin Zhaoge had not grasped any of the other supreme martial arts. However, as a cultivator of the three pure ones, he still felt that he had benefited greatly from watching such a high-level battle. As for the study of his own martial arts, he had gained many new insights. At the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage, he began refining many obscure acupoints to see divinity, resonating with the actual stars of the universe. This process was not difficult for Yin Zhaoge, who had accumulated so much. In the mountains, one did not know the length of the sun and moon. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Zhaoge's cultivation these past 2 years have been extremely smooth. As long as the first hidden acupoint was successfully refined to become a god, it would be a good start and a good start. The rest would follow naturally. Therefore, to Yin Zhaoge, there was no need for him to expend much energy here. He only had to patiently advance one step at a time. However, he was about to face a difficult problem: the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th levels of the martial saint realm. That was stepping onto the immortal bridge, breaking through from the late seeing divinity stage to the early immortal bridge stage. Only upon ascending the immortal bridge could a martial practitioner be considered to have truly taken a step towards the path of immortality. After much hard work, with great talent, perseverance, and luck, he finally arrived before the immortal gate and tried to push it open. Before the immortal bridge realm, seeing divinity martial saints all strove to refine their acupoints to see divinity, causing their acupoints to be like actual stars, as it was like a primordial universe had been opened within their bodies. However, just refining one's aperture to achieve divinity and resonating with a real star was still a long way from opening up a universe within one's body. He was just laying the foundation and making preparations. The simplest principle was that in the real universe up in the sky, the sun rising and the moon setting, numerous stars gathering in an endless cycle that circulated without end. There were profound principles within: patterns, star orbits, heavenly rivers, life and death. How was it unchanging, rigidly remaining where it was? Would it not move with the lamps lit by humans, not the stars up in the sky? Therefore, the hallmark of the early immortal bridge stage was that martial practitioners had to be able to circulate the stars within their bodies. It was not the circulation of their true essence. Instead, their acupoints that had already seen divinity would have to circulate as well. Only then would their internal universe begin to possess some of the flair of the actual starry sky of the universe. Only when martial practitioners left the mortal realm and ascended towards the immortal realm could they be considered to have taken their first true step. It was precisely because of this that starting from the 7th level of the martial saint realm was known as the immortal bridge, the bridge to ascending to immortality. This would not be easy. In the royal reed sea that year, the radiant light sects Luo Zuan, the dim darkness sects Zhou Haoxing, the Grand Qian dynasty's King Xuanmu, and the chief of Copperman Island's Gong Sunwu had all been stuck at the peak of the 6th level of the martial saint realm for many years. They were only a half step away from ascending the immortal bridge. Yet this half step was so close, yet so far away, resembling a heavenly chasm. With an immortal bridge martial saint presiding over them, their status in the entire world beyond worlds would be completely different. This was because the martial arts of many sects were insufficient for people to cultivate to the immortal bridge stage. If they wanted to achieve a breakthrough, they would either have the guidance of an expert, a great fortuitous encounter, or an unparalleled genius that was hard to come by even once in 1,000 years would appear in their sect, assisting them in improving their martial arts to the next level. Still, whatever the method, it would clearly not be that easy. Broad Creed Mountain was currently rather renowned in the world beyond worlds, even having overturned massive entities like the Grand Qian dynasty and the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide. Still, many people who had only heard of Broad Creed Mountain and not had direct contact with it would still be unconsciously looking down on it. What they were more concerned about was the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant emperor, the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. This was directly related to Broad Creed Mountain not having an immortal bridge. Still, Yin Zhaoge believed that the situation would be completely different in a few days. His father Yin Di had directly entered secluded cultivation the last time he had returned to the mountain. While he had not explained it in detail, Yin Zhaoge had a premonition. His father had likely encountered some unique, fortuitous encounter in the outside world previously, giving him a chance to attempt a breakthrough into the immortal bridge stage. Like Yin Zhaoge, After cultivating in his first obscure acupoint to the seeing divinity stage and stepping into the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the opening of his other obscure acupoints and dark acupoints would not pose much difficulty to Yendi. Ever since stepping into the 6th level of the martial saint realm, Yendi had still been advancing triumphantly like before. What he lacked was a chance to ascend the immortal bridge. Yin Zhaoge guessed that Yendi had hopes of breaking through this bottleneck this time. On the other hand, if he only cultivated in the primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear lineage, Yin Zhaoge himself was actually confident that he would definitely be able to ascend to the immortal bridge in a year or 3 years at the latest. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not want to do that unless he had no other choice. That would be equivalent to giving up on the foundation that he had painstakingly established while simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities. Still, if he wanted to merge the 3 purities and ascend the immortal bridge, Yin Zhaoge now required a peak martial art of the 3 clear direct lineages. Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear direct lineage, Yin Zhaoge possessed a total of 6 of them, as he did not have to worry about this. When he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he had possessed the immortal ending sword in the prime clear lineage, as he had also used the legacy of virtue to return to simplicity in place of the grand clear martial arts. When he had broken through space and seen true divinity, he had possessed the immortal trapping sword in the prime clear lineage and the Taiji Yin Yang palm in the grand clear lineage. Yet, if he were to attempt to ascend the immortal bridge now, the grand clear lineage and the prime clear lineage were both lacking. If there was no way to resolve this, cultivating in the 3 purities simultaneously would be equivalent to cutting off his path forward. The cave manor shows signs of opening. Yin Zhaoge looked at the broken horsetail whisk in his hand. The horsetail whisk, which had not moved for 2 years, now shockingly flickered slightly. I hope that it really is a legacy manor of the grand clear direct lineage. If there are any martial arts left behind within, that would be of great help to me. Chapter 941. If Yin Zhaoge did not search for a direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage and a direct lineage of the Prime Clear lineage, he would only have 2 choices. Or he could change his path, give up on his previous cultivation, and walk a different path. Otherwise, he would remain at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage, his cultivation base coming to a halt thereafter. The merging of the 3 purities had resulted in Yin Zhaoge's powerful strength, which allowed him to look down on all life forms at the same cultivation level. Still, it was much more difficult to advance unceasingly. Keeping the whisk in his hand once more, Yin Zhaoge stood up and left his lodgings. His father, Yin Di, was still in secluded cultivation. It had already been 2 years since then. Ever since Yin Di had returned to the mountain, he had entered secluded cultivation and had yet to emerge. Yin Zhaoge came to the heaven-rising peak, bidding farewell to Yuan Zhengfeng, Fang Zhuan, and the others who were currently presiding over the clan. Then he brought Hu with him, riding on Panpan and leaving the mountain together. Xiao Ai was also in seclusion. Although he was easily distracted, not focused enough, and liked to think about things that Yin Zhaoge thought were a little nonsensical. However, Xiao Ai did not slack off when it came to studying martial arts and formations. Her talent was extremely high, and with the support of Broad Creed Mountain and Yin Zhaoge's abundant martial and material resources, not only was her cultivation speed not slow, she could even put many descendants of famous sects to shame. In the Tao of formations, she reigned above everyone else, being the person of Broad Creed Mountain below, the martial saint realm with the highest attainments in formations. At the same cultivation level, in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yin Zhaoge, there was no one who could surpass him. It was also fortunate that after Xiao Ai had entered Broad Creed Mountain, she had not been out for much, not being known to outsiders. Otherwise, she would have been like Hu, shocked to the core. Before Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, this woman was also willing to act as a maidservant. Even though Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di actually viewed her as an in-name disciple of Xue Chuqing, however, Xiao Ai didn't think that way. Therefore, Broad Creed Mountain looked rather speechlessly at this late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, who usually followed by Yin Zhaoga's side, calling him young master this, and young master this, and young master that, most of the time drooling as he stared at the handsome guys of the clan. Xiao Ai's seclusion this time was to attempt to break through the bottleneck. If they succeeded, Broad Creed Mountain would have yet another transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Moreover, he was a transcendent martial grandmaster whose lifespan was so young that it made one's hair stand on end. Those who had ascended from the Eight Extremities world and had originally entered Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, having heard of Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di's growth trajectory, was one thing. There were a few people of the world beyond worlds who had entered Broad Creed Mountain out of admiration these past few years, suffering setbacks time and again. If it was just one or two, it would still be fine, but why had Broad Creed Mountain produced so many such monstrous figures? Was this really a sect that rose up from the lower realm? Although they had come out of admiration for him, they were still dazzled by him. After the initial shock, all that was left was admiration and relief. To be able to enter such a sect, one's future would obviously be bright. Yin Zhaoga, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others were naturally happy to see this. At this moment, Broad Creed Mountain had still not officially opened its doors to accept disciples, still accumulating its strength. On the day that it officially opened its doors, it would definitely have a flourishing atmosphere. When either father or I have stepped into the Immortal Bridge realm, the time should be about ripe. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yin Zhaoga pondered as he hurried along. He had already asked Shijun where he had obtained that half-broken whisk earlier. Now that he had an idea of what was going on, he headed east. Pan Pan's current strength was extraordinary, his legs powerful and his speed swift. Traversing mountains was but the blink of an eye. As Yin Zhaoga traveled, a thought from earlier surfaced in his mind once more. Appraising the broken whisk before him, he thought, "This thing is broken. I have half of it. Then, is the other half completely destroyed, or does it still exist? If it still existed, could it have fallen into the hands of others?" There might be some setbacks in his search for the manner of a predecessor this time. Arriving at the place where Shijun had obtained the whisk, Yin Zhaoga got Pan Pan to descend. While the blazing sun was currently high up in the sky amidst the numerous valleys, a streak of white light seemed to descend from the sky. Yin Zhaoga raised that broken whisk. After coming into contact with the white light, the radiance on its surface instantly grew denser. A thin white line extended into the distance, pointing into the distance. Still, this white line was ethereal, not being an actual ray of light. Only the person wielding that half-broken whisk would be able to see it. With the whisk currently in Yin Zhaoga's hands, Ahu and Pan Pan were unable to see it. "Let's continue on our way." Yin Zhaoga passed the whisk to Ahu, who smilingly received it, patting Pan Pan's head. Pan Pan swiveled his huge head rather lazily before striding off into the distance once more. This time, the distance was much greater. While Pan Pan was not slow, he still needed some time before he could arrive. The Earth boundary was still within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, Yin Zhaoga estimated that the whisk was probably pointing to an extremely distant place. It was very likely that the easternmost tip of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory was where the Wilderness Sea was. The so-called Wilderness Sea, as its name suggested, was desolate and uninhabited, ancient and primitive. It was vast, being much larger than places like the Royal Reed Sea and the Setting Sun Archipelago. In terms of size, it was virtually a third of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. There were many risks involved that would cause one to shrink back. In the entire southeast, besides the Exalt Chao Jia, there was probably no one who could freely enter and leave it. Thinking about it, with the world beyond worlds having existed for so long, if it was a place with many people, any good treasures would have long since been plundered. Situations like the evil sword Tao Dai and the phoenix bone left behind by Ancestor He in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea were extremely rare. The only reason that it had been preserved was because the clear scenic region was enveloped by the endless magnetic storms all year round. Speaking of which, of the places that Yunsheng wanted to go to back then, one of them was the Wilderness Sea, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. I wonder where she is now. Knowing that their destination was the Wilderness Sea, Ahu seemed to understand why Yin Zhaoge had suddenly been in low spirits. He scratched his big head, thinking for a moment before saying nothing as he imitated Yin Zhaoge and sighed. Yin Zhaoge very quickly calmed his mind, focusing his attention on the whisk before him once more. The Royal Reed Sea was at the westernmost tip of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Meanwhile, the Wilderness Sea was at the easternmost tip of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge's group was equivalent to traversing the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Fortunately, according to the movements of the whisk, the cave manor of his ancestor was only about to open soon. There is still some time before it would completely open. Yin Zhaoge still had enough time. Still, as they passed through a region of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory known as the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, Yin Zhaoge felt the half-broken whisk in his hand suddenly shake strangely. Chapter 942. Yin Zhaoge looked at the whisk in Ahu's hands. Ahu was also looking quizzically at the horsetail whisk before raising his head to look dazedly at Yin Zhaoge. Just now, that horsetail whisk shook, right? Yin Zhaoge asked. Oh nodded. Yes, young master. He pointed to the east. It wasn't just the horsetail whisk that shook. The white line that leads the way also shook slightly, but it recovered in an instant. Something affected the horsetail whisk. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It shouldn't be that cave manor. Otherwise, the white thread would have changed directions. Ahu grinned. Young master, could it be the other half of the horsetail whisk? Yin Zhaoge said, that is possible, but it might not necessarily be the horsetail whisk itself. It might be some traces of it. If it was the other half of the horsetail whisk, then the other half of the horsetail whisk would have a greater reaction. Calculating slightly within his heart, Yin Zhaoge said, let's stop here at the consecutive Drum Mountain Range for a while and look around. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. We still have time. The situation of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range was similar to that of the Royal Reed Sea, the Jade Sun Mountain Range, and the Setting Sun Archipelago, as they were all territories under the jurisdiction of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. The size of this place was slightly smaller than that of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, there were still some powerful powers active here, thriving and developing. Yin Zhaoge traversed the river like a ferocious dragon, also not intentionally concealing his tracks, very quickly drawing the attention of the local powers. However, Yin Zhaoge did not mind this at all. Instead, he openly contacted the other party and inquired about this place. The current him could be considered to have made a name for himself in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. This time, he was merely passing through and did not plan to stay for long. Considering Yin Zhaoge's illustrious fame and his close relationship with Golden Court Mountain, the local powers of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range were more than happy to establish good relations with him. Perhaps some people would covet Yin Zhaoge's entire body of treasures, but they would also have to weigh their own worth. Those of the other places of the world beyond worlds who had never personally come into contact with it would more or less underestimate Yin Zhaoge, who was still a seeing divinity martial saint. However, in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, there were comparatively fewer such people. To such people, Broad Creed Mountain's initial reputation had all been established by this young man. This person could not be underestimated just because of his age and cultivation. Also, as many people saw it, an immortal artifact like the dim radiant wheel should have been kept at Broad Creed Mountain, guarding it rather than being carried around by Yin Zhaoge. Under such circumstances, even those who were extremely daring and wanted to take the risk out of desperation would feel that it was not worth it. With a local power spreading the news, it was naturally much more convenient and faster than for Yin Zhaoge and Ahu, two outsiders who had just set foot in the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. Soon, news came back one after another. After Yin Zhaoge had sorted through his inspection, something caught his attention. Not long before he had arrived at the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, there had been a massacre. The target of the annihilation was a force at the southern foot of the consecutive Drum Mountain Range. It was called the Xia clan, also known as the Listening Thunder Peak Xia clan. The Listening Thunder Peak Xia family was not a local power of the world beyond worlds. Instead, like Broadcreed Mountain and the Heavy Sun sect of the Floating Gate world, they originated from a lower world. The old master of the Xia clan was originally a solitary martial artist in a lower realm. He was obsessed with martial arts and wholeheartedly focused on climbing higher. However, he had not been satisfied after having seen all the mountains in the lower world. Instead, he had continued cultivating, finally successfully breaking through space and seeing true divinity. After having broken through to the seeing divinity martial saint realm, the Xia family's old master had ascended to the new heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds, finally settling down here. Afterwards, he had married a female elder of a major power of the consecutive Drum Mountain range, settling down here by relying on that major power, finally establishing the current foundation of the Listening Thunder Peak Xia family. Currently, there were already several generations of descendants. Still, a few years ago, amidst the struggle between the major powers of the consecutive Drum Mountain range, the backer of the Listening Thunder Peaks Xia family had declined. The experts of the Xia family, their first family head included, had suffered heavy casualties as the Listening Thunder Peak Xia family had declined along with it. These days, the Xia family had been searching for a new backer. Still, before the dust had settled, yet another great tribulation had suddenly descended. This tribulation had become a calamity of extinction. The power that had destroyed the Xia family was known as 3-Foot Mountain. It was not a local power of the consecutive Drum Mountain range, instead being active in the Green Peak High Plains which bordered the consecutive Drum Mountain range. Like Yin Zhaoga this time, it had been a powerful dragon crossing the border. When the local powers of the consecutive Drum Mountain range had questioned them, 3-Foot Mountain had said that a descendant of the Xia family had killed one of their disciples. Thus, they had come in retaliation. Still, 3-Foot Mountain had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the consecutive Drum Mountain range. In truth, they had indeed immediately left after having destroyed the Xia family, not interfering in the affairs of the consecutive Drum Mountain range at all. The internal strife of the consecutive Drum Mountain range was so severe that they could not be bothered to investigate this matter at all. Still, Yin Zhaoga was rather mindful of the fact that 3-Foot Mountain had headed east after having destroyed the Xia family. Meanwhile, the Green Peak High Plains were to the north of the consecutive Drum Mountain range. Heading east was in the direction of the Wilderness Sea. Green Peak High Plains, 3-Foot Mountain? Yin Zhaoga paid attention to this, but did not reveal it on the surface. He had vaguely heard of 3-Foot Mountain before, because this power was rather unique in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. It was somewhat similar to the Grand Xian dynasty, yet not completely the same. There were other experts behind 3-Foot Mountain as well. Still, they were not like the Grand Xian dynasty, a ferocious dragon crossing the river as they had stepped foot into the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Instead, it was a certain expert who had casually guided 3-Foot Mountain as he had traversed the southeastern Yang Heaven territory in the past, allowing 3-Foot Mountain to grow from a relatively ordinary sect to a major power of the Green Peak High Plains, as it could be considered famous in the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, on the whole, 3-Foot Mountain, which had been established in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory since ancient times, was still different from the Grand Xian dynasty. Golden Court Mountain was also not as guarded against 3-Foot Mountain as they were against the Grand Xian dynasty. Yin Zhaoga passed by Listening Thunder Peak seemingly intentionally, yet unintentionally. Still, he did not stop as he was just casually passing by. In the process of passing by Listening Thunder Peak, that half of the horsetail whisk shook slightly before it returned to normal once more. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu exchanged glances, looks of understanding appearing on their faces. Young master, it looks like the other half of the horsetail whisk was originally with this Listening Thunder Peak High Plains Xia family. Ahu said, it is just that news somehow leaked out, with 3-Foot Mountain and the distant Green Peak High Plains learning of it. Therefore, they destroyed this Xia family and snatched away the horsetail whisk. They headed east, probably because they were unearthing the legacy manner of a predecessor. Therefore, they rushed to the Wilderness Sea. The reason that traces had been left behind at Listening Thunder Peak might be because the Xia family usually refined that half of the horsetail whisk. Yin Zhaoga said, "Yes, that is most likely the case." The two spoke no further as they sat on Pan Pan, continuing east. While Yin Zhaoga had not asked much about the matters of 3-Foot Mountain and the Xia family. Still, two successive outsiders heading east after passing the consecutive Drum Mountain range had still drawn the attention of the local powers here. Yin Zhaoga did not really mind this. He was still more concerned about the Wilderness Sea to the east. Chapter 943. After leaving the consecutive Drum Mountain range, Yin Zhaoga and who sat on Pan Pan's back and headed east. After a long journey, they arrived at the region of the Wilderness Sea. Before them was the vast sea. Its color was unusual, as it resembled undulating plains of white snow. Seeing that snowy white seawater, Yin Zhaoga knew that he had already officially stepped into the domain of the Wilderness Sea. The situation here was similar to that of the Wind Domain's Great Western Desert, the endless ocean beyond the sea, and the marsh of illusory sea of the Lake Domain. Due to the unique geographical environment, even powerful martial practitioners would find it hard to establish a foothold there. The environment was harsh to the extreme, as few people traversed it. Therefore, some fugitives who were unable to establish a foothold elsewhere would hide here. They were all people who could drink and get drunk today, and lived every day to their heart's content. For disciples of major sects, a backer would not be of much use against these vicious people, as they could only rely on their own skills. If they offended those fugitives, they would likely kill them first regardless of their background. If experts of major sects came to hunt them down, they would hide in the Wilderness Sea. If they could avoid it, they would do so. If they could not, their fates would be up to the heavens. In the southeastern Yongheaven territory, besides disciples of Golden Court Mountain, who these fugitives could be wary of, everyone else had to be careful of. Yin Zhaoga did not feel that it was all that dangerous. It was just that this place was filled with crooks and dragons. If news of this manner was leaked, the situation might become even more complicated. Horsetail whisk, Yin Zhaoga shaded his eyes, gazing towards the vast white sea in the distance. Ahu handed over that half-broken horsetail whisk. As Yin Zhaoga received it, a white line instantly appeared before him, extending from the horsetail whisk into the distance and heading straight into the depths of the Wilderness Sea. Yin Zhaoga lightly stroked the horsetail whisk, infusing his true essence within. The horsetail whisk trembled with a wong sound. Then, the color of that white line actually gradually began to change. It turned from white to green before gradually turning a faint gold. Yin Zhaoga drew a few strokes in midair, forming a simple, ancient rune. Pan Pan shrunk beneath him before being picked up by Ahu. The rune expanded in midair, transforming into a clump of radiance that enveloped Yin Zhaoga and Ahu. Then, this clump of radiance was drawn along by that faint golden line, swiftly flying towards the depths of the Wilderness Sea like a fisherman retracting his rod after biting on the hook. The clump of light that enveloped Yin Zhaoga and the others transformed into a speck of light that flew past the Wilderness Sea, vanishing in an instant. However, there were still people in the desolate sea who noticed the light spot. Those who were active here, even if they weren't fugitives but disciples of large sects who came here to gain experience, were all extremely daring. Seeing this, they were all tempted and tried to follow. However, the speed of Yin Zhaoga and the others was so fast that not long after those who had attempted to track them had mostly fallen behind. There were a few people who were able to keep up, but as they saw the speck of light going deeper and deeper, they couldn't help but slow down and hesitate. The deeper one went into the desolate sea, the more dangerous it was. Within that clump of light, Yin Zhaoga and Ahu could similarly feel the pressure growing greater and greater. From time to time, a jade-green pillar of fire would shoot up into the sky from the vast white sea. With the heaven-earth reversing axe in hand, Yin Zhaoga hacked horizontally and vertically, hacking apart that ferocious green pillar of fire as he unceasingly opened a path. He recognized that this was the desolate underworld flame, an extremely high-quality flame. It wasn't scorching hot, but instead extremely cold, surpassing 10,000-year-old ice. Once one was touched by this flame, not only would one's body be injured, even one's soul would be incinerated. Moreover, it was like maggots in one's bones, and it was difficult to remove. Even the slightest contact with it would result in one's death. Only those who had ascended to the immortal realm would be able to completely ignore its threat. Even human exalts would have to circulate their martial arts to resist it and clear a path if they encountered it. For martial practitioners below the immortal bridge stage, they might not be completely safe even if they were accompanied by high-grade sacred artifacts. While Yin Zhaoge did not fear it, the desolate underworld flame was merely one of the many threats of the desolate sea. Besides the desolate underworld flame, there were many other evil tribulations that were not inferior to it in the least. Yin Zhaoge felt as though he was facing the combined attacks of more than one immortal bridge martial saint at any time as he traversed it. The desolate sea was vast as it occupied roughly a third of the entire southeastern Yang Heaven territory. With so many tribulations obstructing his path within, Yin Zhaoge would be extremely slow as he traversed it. Fortunately, he was guided by the mechanism that allowed him to maintain a high speed as he advanced. Still, if he walked in a straight line this way, Yin Zhaoge would only be able to forcibly resist the incoming tribulations, as he would be unable to evade them. For the sake of speed and efficiency earlier on, this was fine. Anyway, with the peerless heavenly scripture, the cyclic heavenly scripture, the yin-yang heavenly scripture, the taiji yin-yang palm, and many other supreme martial arts as a foundation, Yin Zhaoge's true essence was extremely abundant, as his recovery ability was strong as well. Still, the deeper he ventured into the interior of the desolate sea, the more intense these dangers became. Towards the end, the desolate underworld flame was rare. Instead, another tribulation known as the baleful Black Devil appeared. It did not originate from the White Sea. Instead, it was a black fog in the form of threads that wreathed the air above the sea's surface. That black fog that resembled ink was even more terrifying than the desolate underworld flame. The destructive power it could unleash was virtually comparable to that of a late immortal bridge martial saint. The black fog resembled sticky ink, as it was hard to disperse. Even if it was temporarily broken through, it would definitely reassemble very quickly as it continued attacking relentlessly. It was everywhere in all directions. This way, it was as though numerous experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm were attacking him simultaneously. Faced with such an attack, Yin Zhaoge would not foolishly continue clashing head-on. He stopped the mechanism from earlier, controlling his own speed and direction as he advanced amidst the numerous threads of black fog. No wonder people often say that of the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, only the southeastern exalt can freely enter and leave this place. Ahu looked earnestly at those baleful Black Devil. This place is much more terrifying than the black nightmare storms of the great western desert of the 8 extremities world. Yin Zhaoge said, "That is only natural. Any random strand of baleful Black Devil would probably be enough to destroy the entire 8 extremities world." "Young master," Ahu suddenly swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. "Do you think that martial practitioners have the possibility of refining this baleful Black Devil for their own power?" At this moment, Ahu's face no longer had its usual indolence, as it was instead extremely solemn. "How could it not be?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. There was a supreme martial art of pre-Great Calamity times known as the Wind Devil Quicksaber. It involved refining various kinds of dangerous evil winds, assimilating them into one saber chi. The baleful Black Devil is also one of the options that can be chosen. Also, it is one of the options with the highest difficulty as well as the greatest power. Still, in order to refine the baleful Black Devil, one has to be an immortal bridge martial saint at the very least before attempting it. Hearing his words, Ahu did not continue asking. Still, from his expression, Yin Zhaoge knew that this big fella had remembered it. However unscrupulous he was in front of Yin Zhaoge, who had always been very diligent in his cultivation. The two chatted as they ventured deeper into the wilderness sea. After who knew how long, Yin Zhaoge suddenly saw a hint of sunlight vaguely lighting up amidst the black fog before him, resembling floating clouds obscuring the sun. The figure of a massive bird was indistinctly visible amidst that sunlight. Dark feathers, 3 legs. Chapter 944. The three-legged golden crow, also known as the great sun golden crow, was the legendary son of the vast heavens, the essence of earlier heaven fire. It was in existence on the same level as the phoenix, true dragon, qilin, and kuanpun. The floating life world had fire crows that were related to the golden crow. While they could not be considered true descendants of the golden crow, merely being of mixed blood amongst mixed blood, still, they possessed the ability to incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Still, they were much inferior to the true three-legged golden crow. A fully matured, pure-blooded three-legged golden crow that had cultivated to the peak later on could directly transform into the great sun, being comparable to the true sun star, as it was an existence that did not belong to the human realm. Yin Zhaoge was very interested in the three-legged golden crow because such divine beasts seemed to have gone extinct following the Great Calamity. While the dragon race had withered, they had still existed following the Great Calamity. Meanwhile, there was little news of the golden crow. Still, the silhouetted golden crow before him was clearly not an actual golden crow. Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Green Peak High Plains, 3-foot mountain. The profundities of its supreme martial art, the golden crow incinerating world scripture, originated precisely from the true intent of the great sun golden crow's power. This supreme martial art had belonged to a major power known as Golden Crow Valley in pre-Great Calamity times. Following the Great Calamity, the founder of 3-foot mountain had coincidentally obtained a remnant of the golden crow incinerating world scripture, establishing 3-foot mountain with it. Afterwards, the remnant scripture had been completed, and 3-foot mountain had thus become one of the greatest powers of the Green Peak High Plains, renowned throughout the entire southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Ahead of Yin Zhaoge, the silhouetted golden crow unceasingly traversed the dense, baleful black, devilish qi amidst the sunlight, evading numerous streams of black fog that resembled ink. "Oh, they have some trump cards." Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Surrounded by the baleful, black, devilish qi, it was like numerous 9th-level martial saints were attacking together. While it was not swift and agile enough, the destructive power of that black fog was truly shocking. Even most immortal bridge martial saints would be injured upon contact and killed upon contact. The baleful black devilish qi was too dense, as it would definitely not be easy to traverse through them. It was rumored that the chief of 3-foot mountain was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint. Although the golden crow incinerating world scripture was extremely exquisite, and there was also a high-grade sacred artifact guarding the mountain gate, it was still extremely dangerous to pass through the baleful black devil. Still, looking at it now, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was still advancing unceasingly. There was pressure, but he could still cope with it. This caused Yin Zhaoge to involuntarily feel rather interested. He was even faster than those of 3-foot mountain, gradually catching up to them. However, guided by the horsetail whisk, they finally arrived at their destination. The golden crow silhouette also sensed that someone was behind it, but it didn't stop. Instead, it suddenly descended. The golden crow dodged the black devil baleful qi and descended into the sky above the sea. The snow-white seawater of the desolate sea was the most dangerous existence in itself. If anyone below the cultivation of an exalt martial saint dared to step into it, their flesh and blood would turn into a pool of blood in no time. Hence, those who entered the desolate sea would rather face dangers like the baleful black devil demon and the heavenly desolate dark flame than land on the surface of the sea. However, at this moment, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the desolate sea. The center of the whirlpool led to the bottom of the sea. There was an expanse of deep darkness there, and it was blurry and indistinct causing it to be difficult to see exactly what lay within. Looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the white line extended from the half-broken whisk in his hand was currently pointing towards that deep, bottomless darkness at the center of the vortex. Within that silhouette of the golden crow, there was clearly a white line as well that pointed towards the bottom of the vortex. The golden crow spread its wings, transforming into a streak of golden light as it shot swiftly into the center of the vortex, descending into the dim darkness. The all-encompassing golden light instantly vanished. Yin Zhaoge was neither flustered nor flustered as he descended towards the dim darkness at the bottom of the sea. As soon as he entered that dim darkness, Yin Zhaoge felt a change in the surrounding space as he seemed to have passed through a door and entered another world. This is similar to when I was searching for the profound sky, purple gold furnace back then. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he stabilized himself, bringing Ahu and Pan Pan along as he traversed the dim darkness. When the light of day reappeared before their eyes, it was a rather dilapidated scene. The spiritual qi in this world had yet to dissipate completely. Still, it was chaotic beyond compare, as it was hard to discern. This world was not large. Its situation was rather similar to the dim, radiant mausoleum of the past, as it had existed specifically for a cave manor. Looking at the scene before them, it was indeed extremely long ago, as time had washed over it like water, no longer possessing its former appearance. Seeing this, it could be confirmed that this was indeed a manor left behind by a predecessor, its owner having already perished. Even if he had not perished, he had already left for who knew how long, never having returned. Yin Zhaoge even suspected that this place was like the foreign dimension where a loose practitioner he had lived that year, having existed before the Great Calamity. While it had not been completely destroyed following the Great Calamity, it had still suffered a tribulation, resulting in such a scene. He, Zhaoge, surveyed his surroundings, not finding any traces of those of 3 Foot Mountain. It seemed like they had landed somewhere else. The distant lofty mountains were concealed amidst the white fog, appearing rather ethereal and otherworldly. Still, their origins were hard to discern. It was just that there seemed to be a Taoist temple amidst the white fog. Yin Zhaoge strode forward, heading towards that Taoist temple. As he walked, he discovered that this place was different. As he traversed that white fog, both space and time appeared strange. As Yin Zhaoge walked within, he could only feel as though he had never gotten close to the Taoist temple at all, as he was just walking in circles on the spot. He shook his head, a red sword glow vaguely flickering within his eyes. Beneath the sharpness of the immortal trapping sword that broke through space, the white fog before him instantly dispersed. As he continued walking, the path instantly became clear. As Yin Zhaoge continued on his way, he arrived before that Taoist temple in a flash. Yin Zhaoge halted his steps, seeing a decaying signboard outside the Taoist temple that was concealed amidst dust. He blew on it, the dust dispersing to reveal the mottled signboard on which 3 words were written, Taoist Temple. I don't have any impression of it. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Was it built after the Great Calamity, or had it been someone who had secluded himself from the world before the Great Calamity? Before the Great Calamity, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had virtually all records of the various major sects and powers of the universe. The only exception was the direct lineage of the 3 clear lineages. While the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was aware of most of them, with the long passage of time, there would always be some who had secluded themselves from the world, unknown existences. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he walked to the left of the Taoist temple. After making a detour, he gazed down from the mountain. Halfway up the mountain in this direction, golden light was indeed flickering, concealed amidst the white fog as it resembled the rising sun. It was precisely those of 3 Foot Mountain. They were clearly not as fast as Yin Zhaoge, who wielded the immortal trapping sword, as Yin Zhaoge had arrived first despite having moved later. As those of 3 Foot Mountain raised their heads and gazed at the Taoist temple, they immediately saw Yin Zhaoge and Ahu standing beside it. Their expressions instantly changed. Sadly, while the distance between them seemed not far, beneath the effects of the white fog, it was like the distance between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 945. After glancing at those of 3-Foot Mountain, Yin Zhaoge turned and returned to the main gate of the Taoist temple. Later generations benefit from the shade planted by the predecessors. I wonder which senior this manor belongs to. Yin Zhaoge, pardon me. Yin Zhaoge pushed open the door and entered the temple. He saw an ancient tree. While it was not huge, it was old and its leaves had long since become sparse. While it still contained some green tint, its trunk had long since been hollowed out. Ancestral mulberry tree. Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. This was a spirit tree whose leaves had a fragrant scent. When martial practitioners cultivated beneath it, they would be able to conserve their spirits and nourish their qi. Yin Zhaoge had once heard Mu Jun mention that such trees were still being cultivated in the current world beyond worlds. Still, from Yin Zhaoge's rough estimation, this ancestral mulberry tree should already be over 10,000 years old. The time flow of this cave manor was much slower than that of the world beyond worlds. As such, this ancestral mulberry tree was more likely to have been born before the Great Calamity. In that case, this cave manor of the Taoist temple must have already existed before the Great Calamity. It was just that it was unknown whether its owner had died due to the Great Calamity or some other reason. Yin Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan Pan entered the main hall of the Taoist temple. However, they did not see the statues of the founders of the three purities, as it was instead completely empty. As they entered, changes immediately occurred within the space of the great hall before them. All-encompassing yellow sand suddenly arose within the hall, obscuring the heavens and the earth. This place shockingly formed a world of its own that could manifest all things. While its original owner had long since been gone and many years had passed, it was still able to manifest various wondrous phenomena that left one sighing in amazement. The yellow sandstorm was ferocious, in no way inferior to the baleful black devil of the wilderness seat earlier. Each grain of gravel was as bright as a crystal. Still, any one of them was sufficient to penetrate through the fleshly body of a martial saint expert that had been tempered countless times. The sandstorm was capable of riddling one full of holes. With Yin Zhaoge's strength, if he did not defend against it, forcibly taking it head-on with his body, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Young master, the original owner of this place, must have had an extremely high cultivation base when he was alive. Who knows where he came from? Ahu grimaced. Yin Zhaoge flashed the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box and patted it. The box opened, an ancient bronze sword that flickered with black light rising from within. As the evil sword Tao Tai entered his hand, Yin Zhaoge guided it with his sword, the brutal black light instantly transforming into a black hole, devouring the yellow sand before him. Yellow sand filled the sky and came from all directions, mixed with powerful astral winds. They cut through the void and resisted the suction of the black hole. While a portion of the sandstorm was devoured by the black hole, much of it still managed to pass through the obstruction of the black sword light, still attacking Yin Zhaoge's group. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as all-encompassing golden light gradually arose above his head. The extreme Yang seal appeared, hovering high up in the air. Streaks of golden light descended, blocking off the remaining sandstorm. Yin Zhaoge brandished the evil sword Tao Tai, the vicious black sword light switching from defense to offense. The sword will of the immortal end sword that could destroy all living things was fused into the evil sword Tao Tai after the transformation, making the evil sword Tao Ye's sharpness even more ferocious. It cut through the sandstorm and opened up a path. Yin Zhaoge strode forward again and said, "If I'm not wrong, the previous owner of this cave manor was at least an expert who had already pushed open the door to immortality. As for his exact cultivation realm, it's hard to say. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the protective restrictions here to still be so powerful after so many years had passed." Ahu's eyes instantly lit up. "Young master, could this place be like the dim, radiant mausoleum? Having an immortal artifact? Yin Zhaoge casually answered as he opened up a path. The possibility is not high. The original owner did not die here. Instead, he never returned after leaving. Even if he died, he would have died outside. Generally speaking, important treasures are usually carried on one's body. Ancestor He forging the evil sword Tao Tai was truly a coincidence, as it was extremely rare. Ahu scratched his head. Then, young master, wouldn't it be unlikely for you to find supreme martial arts of the grand, clear, direct lineage here as well? Yin Zhaoge said, that's not the case. From the outside of the courtyard, there should not be a single person living here. The original owner should have disciples to teach. If we can find their residence, we might be able to gain something. That's true. Oh nodded, looking at the yellow sand that was gradually being cleared away by Yin Zhaoge. He could not help but grin. Young master, now that you have opened up a path, it will be much more convenient for those of 3-foot mountain to enter later. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, it's fine. Let them come. The early bird might not be the first to arrive. Those who are capable will be the ones to occupy it. If they want to fight, they will just have to rely on their own abilities. If they're not my match, so what if it is convenient for them because of me? Amidst his words, the sand before him suddenly dissipated. Yet, a strange great river now appeared before him, its water roaring as it rushed straight towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge did not halt in his footsteps, as he still protected himself with the radiance of the extreme Yang seal before the evil sword Tao Tai switched from defense to offense, its sword light devouring that river water wherever it passed. Still, the river water before him was clearly extraordinary. Yin Zhaoge actually felt the evil sword Tao Tai in his hand grow somewhat heavier. Also, it was getting heavier and heavier. The water of the heavy river? Yin Zhaoge realized. It was said that there had been a river in pre-Great Calamity times known as the Heavy River. As its name suggested, the river water was extremely heavy. While it was only a single drop, it was already as heavy as 10,000 caddies. The earth was unable to bear it, as it could only flow and collapse underground. There was an ancient saying of pre-Great Calamity times, the sky has the Milky Way, the earth has the heavy river. It referred to the water of the heavy river. The original owner of the Taoist temple had clearly obtained a small portion of the water vein of the heavy river with his great divine abilities, moving it here. While it cannot stump me, it will still require some effort. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. The sword light of the evil sword Tao Tai retracted, gradually condensing at a single point. That point had become unprecedentedly heavy, even heavier than the water of the heavy river. A hint of white light flickered on the tip of the black sword. The ferocious sword intent fought force with force this time, combining with the sword intent of the immortal ending sword as it forcibly hacked through the river water, obstructing Yin Zhaoge, allowing him to continue advancing. Still, with this, Yin Zhaoge's speed had slowed considerably. After he had hacked through the great river before him, the scenes before him changed once more as streams of golden flames appeared. These golden flames appeared exceptionally calm, not giving off a violent, restless feeling at all, as they instead resembled numerous blooming golden lotuses. Miraculous fire golden lotuses. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, continuing forward without halting. Just having approached, the golden lotuses that had originally seemed calm mightily exploded, transforming into boundless golden flames that sought to devour Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge punched out from afar, the extreme Yang seal, above his head, no longer exerting its protective effect, as it instead clashed head-on with force against force, meeting those golden flames head-on. The golden flames exploded, unable to harm the extreme Yang seal, as they were mostly broken through by it. Still, some remnant flames had yet to be extinguished as they still assaulted Yin Zhaoge. Now, Yin Zhaoge's evil sword Tao Tai turned to deal with it, the black sword light devouring all things as it devoured those golden flames that participated in it. He advanced, breaking through the numerous fire lotuses. Midway through, his heart suddenly jolted. Turning and gazing backwards, Yin Zhaoge indeed saw golden sunlight flickering behind him. A three-legged golden crow entered his field of vision. Chapter 946. The three-footed golden crow appeared, sunlight flickering. His gaze involuntarily fell on the extreme yang seal above Yin Zhaoge's head. Under the vast heavens with innumerable people, there would often be more than one lineage researching similar or even identical martial arts principles. Under such circumstances, there would often be no sense of unity. On the contrary, unless there was a clear difference in strength between the various powers, most of the time, no one would be willing to submit to the other, believing that they were the orthodox while others were evil. Therefore, their relationships were usually not harmonious. As one of the 9 luminaries and the most commonly seen and most dazzling sun in the sky, there would naturally be many who researched into it. In pre-Great Calamity times, Vast Yang Palace, Golden Crow Valley, and even the Dim Radiant sect had all researched into this. In comparison, the Dim Radiant sect simultaneously researched into the profundities of the sun and moon, primarily deriving the intricacies of their radiance. Rather than saying that they were analyzing the sun star, it was more like analyzing the true meaning of light. Golden Crow Valley's Golden Crow incinerating world scripture was more inclined towards the eternal blazing of the sun star, terrifying to the extreme as it incinerated the heavens and extinguished the earth. Besides analyzing the yang qi of the sun star, its martial legacy also contained the refined qi of fire. Comparatively speaking, Vast Yang Palace was the most orthodox as it focused on analyzing the variations of the great sun. Afterwards, the extreme yang scripture that was derived from the vast yang scripture was even more profound and focused. In pre-Great Calamity times, Golden Crow Valley and Vast Yang Palace had been on bad terms as neither side had been willing to submit to the other. Still, while the current 3-foot mountain had obtained the legacy of Golden Crow Valley, they rather yearned for the extreme yang scripture. This was because that major figure who had helped them complete the Golden Crow incinerating world scripture had once casually mentioned something. The vast yang scripture aside, the extreme yang scripture and extreme yang creation scripture of the exalted solar luminary are rare treasures to you. Seeing the extreme yang seal above Yin Zhaoge's head now, the gazes of those of 3-foot mountain instantly flickered. Chief, according to the young master's guidance that year, there are 3 tribulations in the defensive restrictions of this cave manor. These golden lotuses of fire before us now are the 3rd tribulation. Someone send a sound transmission to that leading old man. There will be no more tribulations after this. After passing, we will truly have entered the core of this Taoist temple. The leading old man was the current chief of 3-foot mountain. He had a goatee and had a faint golden complexion. He looked expressionlessly at the distant Yin Zhaoge, not speaking. The person beside him continued. This person is that broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge. It is said that he is a heaven-defying genius, possessing extremely great strength. From the looks of it now, it is indeed so. What's even worse is that he has the extreme yang seal with him. Even though the sword in his hand is inferior to the extreme yang seal, it is still an extremely powerful high-grade sacred artifact. At this point, the elder said faintly, that sword is probably stronger than our sect's Golden Crow Sky incinerating blade. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners present all frowned. The person who had spoken earlier nodded, continuing, while we have brought the soul flags over this time, we have expended a great deal of energy in the wilderness sea earlier. It is not that I want to boost the morale of others and diminish our own, but we might not be able to compete against that Yin Zhaoge. When these words were spoken, the people of 3-foot mountain all felt uncomfortable. However, seeing Yin Zhaoge proceed unimpeded all along, breaking through the restrictions of this place with a powerful treasure in hand as he rampaged unbridled and unbridled, their rationality told them that this youth before them had sufficiently exemplified a single phrase. Terrifying. Then what do you suggest we do? Are we supposed to turn back, just like this? Someone said unhappily. Still, this person's expression quickly changed. Wait, could it be that you wanted the 3-foot mountain martial practitioner who had spoken first said softly? It is rumored that this Yin Zhaoga is very close to ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Fu. Second young master is rather dissatisfied with this. To us, this is a chance to resolve second young master's worries. The treasures in this cave manor, the extreme Yang seal, and possibly even the extreme Yang scripture, killing 4 birds with 1 stone. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners all fell silent for a moment. Someone said slowly, "Irreconcilable enmity, ah." They were not afraid of forming enmity with others. Also, they were not soft-hearted people. For example, that listening Thunder Peak's Xia family had been directly exterminated just like that. It was the strength that Yin Zhaoga had displayed thus far that caused them to hesitate somewhat. Failing to defeat the tiger, they might instead be injured by the tiger. "It is fine." The goateed old man who had not spoken for a long time earlier, the current chief of 3-foot Mountain, said, "The backup methods that we prepared earlier can be put to use when the time comes." A long saber appeared in his hand, the brilliance of the sun visible on its blade as a 3-legged golden crow could vaguely be seen. A bright yellow command flag appeared in the other hand of the 3-foot Mountain sect master. A 3-foot Mountain martial practitioner beside him received the flag, waving it as a clear crow's cry instantly resounded. That sound was not as dry and piercing as that of ordinary crows, as it instead seemed rather profound and pleasant to the ear. As the crow's cry resounded, it was like the great sun had just risen, brimming with vitality. Blazing flames of sunlight surged, actually seeming not inferior to the extreme Yang seal in this short period of time. Yin Zhaoga detected this as soon as it appeared. Gazing over, he saw the silhouette of a golden crow appear as that 3-foot mountain martial practitioner waved his flag. Its 2 pupils that resembled the great sun stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoga, its gaze piercing to the point that one was unable to look directly at it. So, it is a soul flag that has the remnant soul of a golden crow sealed within. Yin Zhaoga instantly understood. This golden crow must have been extremely powerful when it was alive. It is no wonder that it could protect them through the obstruction of the baleful black devil all the way into the wilderness sea. Still, as long as the remnant soul of the golden crow was wielded with this technique, its spirituality would be damaged irreversibly and hard to recover from, as it would be depleted unceasingly. After many times, as time passed, that final bit of spirituality would dissipate completely, its soul dispersing for good. This was a supreme treasure of 3-foot Mountain that was exceptionally treasured by all of them, as they would not use it lightly. 3-foot Mountain could be said to have invested heavily in this cave manor of their Taoist temple this time. As the soul flag unfurled, the remnant soul of the golden crow flew out, shooting fiercely towards Yin Zhaoga. Meanwhile, the chief of 3-foot Mountain roared now, gripping that saber with both hands before flying up, chopping down towards Yin Zhaoga's head. The saber light merged with the remnant soul of the golden crow, golden flames blazing fiercely as they enveloped the surrounding area. The former chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Zuan, who wielded the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels, was like a grain of rice in comparison to the bright sun in the sky before this golden crow. Even experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm would have to temporarily avoid this strike. Yin Zhaoga could even feel some of the might of the vast Yang Exalt Pei Hua from within. Attacking just like that, rather straightforward, Yin Zhaoga was trapped amidst the sea of flames of the Golden Lotus, also facing the Golden Crow in mid-air. While he was being attacked from both front and back, Yin Zhaoga showed no fear at all. The extreme Yang seal descended, landing within Yin Zhaoga's palm. At the same time, the evil sword Tao Tai pointed diagonally, drawing a circle in mid-air. The sword light circulated, transforming into a circle that flickered with black light. White light vaguely surged amidst the black light. Chapter 947. Yin Zhaoga had many ways to deal with the Golden Crow remnant soul that could not be sustained for long, erupting at the last moment. For example, he could use the drag formula to slowly wear down those from 3-foot Mountain. When Yin Zhaoga clashed with others, he would often be swift and decisive, deciding victory and defeat within a short period of time, either the enemy perishing or he perishing. A victory was a great victory, and it was equivalent to a crushing defeat. If he lost, he would lose the chance to turn the tables. But that didn't mean he wouldn't play it safe. While he was still at the seeing divinity stage, Yin Zhaoga, who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, taiji yin-yang palm, and various other supreme martial arts, had abundant true essence and high chi returning speed that few beneath the human exalt martial saint realm would be able to match. With Yin Zhaoga's personality, he did not like such a conservative style of fighting, but if the situation required it, he wouldn't mind using it. At this moment, when dealing with this 3-foot mountain martial practitioner before him, it was actually most advantageous to use the art of delaying to slowly whittle away the other party's strength. 3-foot mountain's inheritance, the golden crow incinerating world scripture, was extremely outstanding, and the strength of 3-foot mountain's sect master was extraordinary as well. Even if he was inferior to Long Hanhua and Zheng Mo, he was close to Shun Lingzi for back then. However, without the golden crow's remnant soul, his strength would naturally decrease greatly. It was obvious that the golden crow's remnant soul would disappear if time dragged on. Just escorting the 3-foot mountains group into the desolate sea already drained a lot of energy. However, Yin Zhaoga had other ideas. He was rather interested in the remnant soul of the golden crow. The evil sword Tao Tai drew a circle in the air, but its target wasn't the great sun golden crow in front of it. With Yin Zhaoga as its center, the black circle of light that flickered with white light expanded outwards. Originally, only those golden lotuses that were close to Yin Zhaoga had exploded into a sea of flames, the distant golden lotuses still remaining quiet. Yet, swept by Yin Zhaoga's sword light now, be it near or far, the golden lotuses of flames all exploded simultaneously. The violent golden flames transformed into a boundless world of flames at this moment, surrounding Yin Zhaoga and that great sun golden crow. Whether it was Yin Zhaoga who was accompanied by the extreme Yang seal, or that 3-legged golden crow who resembled the incarnation of the great sun, both of them felt unbearably blazing hot at this moment. Has he gone mad? Those of 3-foot mountain were dumbfounded. Does he want to perish together? Although it was normal for a person to make such a choice when faced with a desperate situation. But as long as there was a chance of survival, why would they choose such a crazy method? They had just exchanged blows. How could this young man choose to perish together with his opponent in the first move? For someone like him who had become famous at such a young age, shouldn't he rely on his cultivation to resist first, and only try to do so when he was completely out of options? Now, however, it was as though Yin Zhaoga had specifically been waiting for them to come over before dragging them down with him in mutual destruction. Trying to bluff? 3-foot mountain's master snorted coldly. You're still too inexperienced. He pushed aside the surprise and fear of the golden sea of fire in front of him. Brandishing his long saber with both hands, he instead exerted even more force, attacking towards Yin Zhaoga with even greater ferocity. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga chuckled. The evil sword Tao Dai returned to its sword box, handing the extreme Yang seal to Ahu. He stretched out both his hands, and an item appeared in each hand. It was an ancient metal seal, long and rectangular. It looked like a short sword without a blade or sword mark. The top of it was shaved flat and engraved with a seal. It was a dark green bamboo cane that was 7 feet long and divided into 7 segments. A faint purple radiance flowed on its surface, making it look ordinary. Yin Zhaoga tapped out with the ancient seal in the form of a short sword in his left hand. Having been engraved with that seal, the 3-footed golden crow before him emitted a low cry, seeming tired as it retracted its wings, its radiance dimming as it actually returned to that soul flag. Those of 3-foot mountain were all taken aback. Having lost the boost of the remnant soul of the golden crow, while the attacks of that chief of 3-foot mountain were still sharp and domineering, they were already no longer as powerful as before. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge raised his dark green bamboo cane, swinging it in a circular motion as it struck down on his high-grade sacred artifact, the Golden Crow incinerating Heaven Saber. The Golden Crow incinerating Heaven Saber instantly shook, its radiance dimming along with it. What is this? The chief of 3-Foot Mountain was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Struck by Yin Zhaoge's bamboo cane, Yin Zhaoge consecutively thrashed about as his opponent was hard-pressed to parry. That Golden Crow incinerating Heaven Saber seemed to have a life of its own as it shook unceasingly, emitting a sharp cry. The sunlight on the surface of the saber dissipated as fine cracks even appeared on its blade. The chief of 3-Foot Mountain was so enraged that his beard stood on end as he could only painfully keep his saber. Even as he kept his saber, he was also retreating swiftly. He had no choice but to retreat. He was unable to use the Golden Crow Remnant Soul and high-grade sacred artifact. Although he was powerful, he did not dare to block the continuous explosions of the Golden Lotuses. If he did not retreat, he did not know if anything would happen to Yin Zhaoge, but he would definitely perish within the Golden Sea of Flames. He had originally wanted to make use of the Golden Fire Lotus to launch a pincer attack on Yin Zhaoge. Who would have thought that Yin Zhaoge would have first detonated all the surrounding fire lotuses of his own accord, even having a way to counter the supreme treasure of his 3-Foot Mountain afterwards? In this way, the situation was instantly reversed. Go! Under the old man's command, the other 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners hurriedly retreated as well. The ferocious attack could no longer be maintained in a single move. As the 3-Foot Mountain martial practitioners retreated rapidly, they were not very worried, because the world in front of him was filled with terrifying golden flames. While Yin Zhaoge had made use of this to force 3-Foot Mountain into retreat, he himself still had to face the attacks of the Golden Sea of Fire. Regarding this, Yin Zhaoge seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He smiled and put away the light sword seal. At the same time, a new item appeared in his hand, a jet-black feather flashing with golden light. Seeing that item, the eyelids of those of 3-Foot Mountain twitched wildly. They could not be more familiar with this item. The Divine Crow Golden Plume. The plume of a 3-legged golden crow, and not an ordinary one, as it was one of the 3 plume feathers on the head of a golden crow, being the most precious and miraculous of all. This was a spoil of war that Yin Zhaoge had obtained from destroying the sacred Sun Clan back in the 8 Extremities world that year, originating from the Radiant Light sect. All these years, he had not been able to find a suitable use for it. Thus, he had kept it for himself. He had originally wanted to use it as a raw material to merge it with other treasures when forging a certain treasure. Today, however, Yin Zhaoge had found an even more suitable opportunity. He flicked his finger, the Divine Crow Golden Plume transforming into a jet golden light that shot straight for those of 3-Foot Mountain. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, slowly tapping out with the yin-yang finger. It was unprecedentedly slow, unprecedentedly heavy. This was also the most powerful yin-yang finger that Yin Zhaoge had ever since cultivating in the yin-yang heavenly scripture. Beneath this finger, yin and yang circulated in reverse. Stimulated by that Divine Crow Golden Plume in Yin Zhaoge's finger, the remnant soul of the Golden Crow, which had been schemed against by the light yin sword seal earlier, instantly shook within the soul flag once more, awakening once more. Back and forth, the changes were indiscernible. Before those of 3-Foot Mountain could even rejoice, numerous embers arose from the Golden Sea of Fire, transforming into a rain of fire that enveloped the heavens and covered the earth. Guided by Yin Zhaoge's yin-yang finger and the Divine Crow Golden Plume, the golden flames seemed to have found a target as they shot towards those of 3-Foot Mountain. Chapter 948. Golden fire lotuses exploded one after another, and streaks of golden flames danced in the air. The people of 3-Foot Mountain wanted to retreat, but it was still too late. Against these golden flames, the high-grade sacred artifact, the Golden Crow Heaven Incinerating Blade, could finally be put to use once again. 3-foot mountain sect master did not dare to hesitate, hurriedly brandishing his saber to block the ferocious, blazing flames before him. The golden crow's remnant soul in the soul flag felt threatened and woke up again. It flew out on its own to block the terrifying flames in front of it. The golden lotus of fire exploded. While most of its power had been directed towards those of 3-foot mountain, boundless blazing fire still surrounded Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge received the extreme yang seal from Ahu, sunlight illuminating it and blocking the encroaching flames. If you have me, your life will be mine. Only then will you be able to plant a golden lotus in the fire. He shook his head and praised. It's easier said than done. This mystic fire golden lotus is indeed ferocious and hard to control. The golden flames erupted fiercely, but they disappeared as quickly as they came. After withstanding the initial eruption, Yin Zhaoge raised the extreme yang seal high to protect himself as he retrieved the heaven-earth reversing axe and cleaved open a path before shooting towards those of 3-foot mountain. Since he wanted to keep the golden crow's remnant soul, he naturally wouldn't allow it to be consumed in the sea of fire. Whether it was the 3-foot mountain group or the remnant soul of the golden crow, all of them were heavily injured after being bombarded by the blazing golden flames. Having originally been wounded by Yin Zhaoge's dark green bamboo cane, that high-grade sacred artifact, the golden crow incinerating heaven saber, was now riddled with wounds. The cracks on the blade, which were originally as thin as spider silk, became clear at this moment. A high-grade sacred artifact seemed like it could shatter at any moment. They finally managed to withstand the most intense eruption of the fire. However, not waiting for them to catch their breaths, Yin Zhaoge immediately followed up with an attack. Let's see who represents the glory of the great sun. Yin Zhaoge laughed as he grabbed the extreme yang seal, raising it high above his head before mightily slamming it down towards the chief of 3-foot mountain. With a single strike, the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, extreme yang scripture, and various other supreme arts merged into one. The scene before 3-foot mountain's sect master changed. It was as if the sun in the sky had descended from the heavens, causing the entire sky to collapse along with it. All of its weight was added to the setting sun, its might devastating the heavens and the earth. Helpless, he swung his long saber horizontally and raised his hands to block the attack. As the extreme yang seal mightily descended, the golden crow incinerating heaven saber shook intensely. The center of the saber hilt had actually been smashed until it was bent and nearly broken. The perfectly straight long saber was forcefully smashed into an arc. Having succeeded in his attack, Yin Zhaoge did not continue his pursuit as he instead abruptly flashed backwards. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners by the side attempted to wave their soul flags in aid of their chief. However, brutal red light vaguely flickered on Yin Zhaoge's body. As the red light flickered, Yin Zhaoge had already instantly arrived in the vicinity of the soul flag. 3-foot mountain's master was greatly alarmed. He wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Yin Zhaoge substituted a sword with his finger, piercing it through the forehead of that 3-foot mountain martial practitioner. A seeing divinity martial saint had perished just like that. Meanwhile, the soul flag that he was holding fell into Yin Zhaoge's hands. After killing him and wresting the flag, Yin Zhaoge directly threw the soul flag into the Myriad Dragon Palace to suppress it before turning and raising the extreme yang seal, attacking the chief of 3-foot mountain once more. The dark green bamboo cane reappeared and struck down the golden crow sky incinerating blade. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge pressed down with his palm, grabbing the extreme yang seal and smashing it down towards his opponent's head. The old man's eyes widened as he shouted, "Surnamed Yin, don't be complacent. Young master won't let you off. This old man will be waiting for you down there." Before he had finished speaking, Yin Zhaoge had already smashed down with the extreme yang seal. "Killing you would not make me feel complacent at all." Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. "As for what the young master you speak of can do to me, there is no need for you to worry about that. The other party raised his hands to block, yet saw them actually melting amidst the dazzling sunlight. First his hands, then his arms, finally reaching the top of his head. The final memory of his life was of Yin Zhaoga's voice, "Right, I still have to thank you. Without you, I might have needed a little more time to break through all these miraculous fire golden lotuses before me. It is much easier now." Beneath the terrifying radiance of the sun, this old man seemed to be melting as he was incinerated and devoured by the brilliant sun, dying without a trace. Yin Zhaoga did not cease in his attacks as he slaughtered all those 3-foot mountain martial practitioners, slaying them all. Outside the Taoist temple, there were still a few 3-foot mountain martial practitioners lingering at the foot of the lofty mountain. They stared dazedly at a small, exquisite golden saber before them that had been broken into two. The saber that had originally flickered with radiance had already turned completely dim and lusterless, as if it was covered by a layer of dust. Panicked looks appeared on the faces of the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners. The current state of the golden saber signified that the chief of 3-foot mountain had already perished. While they still could not be certain of the safety of the two supreme treasures of their clan, the soul flag and the high-grade sacred artifact, the golden crow incinerating heaven saber, the situation was definitely not optimistic. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had entered the Taoist temple might even be completely wiped out. The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had come in search of treasures this time were all peak experts of their clan. Now, however, the number 1 expert had perished as well. Not only was there no hope of obtaining their treasures, 3-foot mountain had also suffered a great blow to its vitality. They had failed in their adventure this time. Not only had they gained nothing, they had instead suffered grievous losses as they might even have fallen from the clouds, being hard-pressed to maintain their previous status in the Green Peak High Plains. "What do we do?" They all looked at a middle-aged man. He was shockingly an immortal bridge martial saint expert as well. He was an early immortal bridge martial saint, the number 2 expert of 3-foot mountain who had come in search of treasures this time, having stayed behind to hold the fort. Staring fixedly at the broken golden saber in his hand, he was dazed for a moment before he quickly regained his wits. "We will act according to Chief's instructions before entering," this middle-aged man said in a heavy tone. Whether Chief and the others met with mishap due to other treasure seekers or perished to the protective restrictions of this place, our clan's hopes of obtaining the treasures are already remote. Now, we can only muddle the waters in order to have a final hope. If we cannot succeed and the situation is chaotic, it will also be easier for us to receive our fellow disciples who have survived and evacuate from this place. Saying thus, he did not ascend the mountain as he instead turned and left. The other 3-foot mountain martial practitioners were not surprised as they all followed behind him. Not far away, dense fog arose as a massive lake was clearly concealed amidst the fog. These 3-foot mountain martial practitioners hovered above the surface of the lake. Gazing downwards, they saw that the lake water was currently roiling unceasingly. The surface of the lake did not reflect their appearances, as it instead displayed a strange, dazzling, chaotic scene. As it turned out, this lake water was actually a gap in space-time that connected this cave manor to another world. The opening of the cave manor this time had been detected by the abnormalities on the other side, as well as they hoped to be able to arrive at the cave manor of the Taoist temple through the dimensional passageway. Yet, the other side did not possess a half-broken whisk like Yin Zhaoga and the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners. Therefore, while those people had found the passageway, they lacked the key and the signboard as they could only pace about outside. Having entered the cave manor from the vicinity of the lake water, the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners had immediately discovered this place. If it had been earlier, they would definitely not have been willing to let others have a share of the spoils. Now, however, seeing that they were already at a disadvantage, the 3-foot mountain martial practitioners naturally did not mind finding another competitor for Yin Zhaoga, who currently held the upper hand. The leading immortal bridge elder of 3-foot mountain expressionlessly retrieved that half-broken whisk, tossing it into the lake. Then, The 3-foot mountain martial practitioners retreated in unison, staying far away as they headed towards the mountain where the Taoist temple was located. The next moment, the lake water abruptly stirred, shooting into the skies. The clear cry of a phoenix resounded throughout the clouds. A fiery phoenix led the way as it flew out of the lake. Chapter 949. Having taken care of those of 3-foot mountain in the Taoist temple, Yin Zhaoge appraised the soul flag as he held it. The damage is quite serious, but it's enough. He smiled and put away the soul flag. Without 3-foot mountain's special method to control and suppress it, the soul flag was somewhat restless. However, when placed next to the dim radiant wheel in the myriad dragon palace, it quickly quieted down. At this moment, the golden flames in the void gradually dissipated. At this point, the 3 tribulations guarding this place were temporarily broken. The original owner of this place had a profound cultivation base, and the protective restrictions he left behind were very powerful. Still, after 10,000 years, it was still unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. Space and time fluctuated before his eyes, and the scenery changed. Gradually, it turned into an ordinary Taoist temple hall. In the main hall, 3 statues stood tall. From left to right, they had the appearance of an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man, respectively. But if one looked closely, they would feel that each of the 3 statues seemed to be old, middle-aged, and young at the same time. It was difficult to use age to define them. Of the 3 statues, one was holding a treasured fan, one was holding a pearl, and one was holding a rui scepter. Although it was a statue, it exuded a profound aura. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu both had solemn expressions on their faces. The Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue, the Jade Clear Lord of Primordial Beginning, and the Prime Clear Lord of Numinous Treasure. They were the statues of the 3 clear Taoism's patriarchs. This great hall was the front hall, where the founder of the 3 pure ones was enshrined. All of the Taoist lineages and sects in the world were basically the same. Of course, the Immortal Court was an exception. As for the back hall, it was different according to the inheritance of each clan. The Jade Clear Direct lineage worshipped the Lord of Primordial Beginning alone in the rear hall. The Grand Clear Direct lineage worshipped the Lord of Tao and Virtue alone in the rear hall, and the Prime Clear Direct lineage worshipped the Lord of Numinous Treasure alone. They were not direct descendants, because the Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue imparted the Tao to the world. They all worshipped the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue. This was a show of respect and worship, tracing back to the source. Apart from the real hollow Jade Palace, Tishita Palace, and roaming Jade Palace of the past, no one dared to claim that the 3 pure ones were the founders. Each clan and sect had their own founder and ancestors who worshipped incense in the ancestral hall, separate from the main hall. This place in the front hall should be where the protective restrictions of this place are maintained. Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, coming to a corner of the great hall. There was an incense burner table with a piece of yellow cloth on it. A formation pattern was written with cinnabar. After carefully observing for a moment, Yin Zhaoge's expression involuntarily turned a little strange. It can't be right. He lowered his head and looked at the half-broken horsetail whisk in his hand. You bastard, are you walking me for fun? Young master, what's the matter? Ahu came over with a puzzled expression. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly, his expression not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Don't worry about that for now. Listen to me seriously. His finger traced along the formation diagram formed from cinnabar as he explained to Ahu, have you memorized all of the profundities within? While Ahu was not as proficient in formations as Xiao AI, Yin Zhaoge's explanations were simple and easy to understand. With Ahu's foundation, he was also able to grasp them. I'll remember it all, young master. Ahu thought for a moment, then nodded and replied. Yin Zhaoge said, it's good that you remember it. Now, I'll be going in to look for something. You stand guard here. Even though I've managed to break through the defensive restrictions here, it won't take long for me to recover my strength. Yin Zhaoge explained, while I killed those people of 3-foot mountain, I did not find the other half of the horsetail whisk on them. This means that they still had someone with the horsetail whisk waiting outside to provide support. If they know that the people in front have been killed by me, or if they wait for too long without any news, the people outside might come in. 3-Foot Mountain was a hegemon of the Green Peak High Plains, its overall strength comparable to the Grand Qian dynasty at its peak. While there would definitely not be many immortal bridge martial saints, there would not be few seeing divinity martial saints. The sect master had personally set out, bringing the Golden Crow Heaven Incinerating Blade and the Golden Crow Remnant Soul, the two treasures of the sect, to this Taoist temple. The cultivation of the disciples accompanying him was naturally not low. In a situation where they were outnumbered, Ahu and Pan Pan would not be able to deal with them. Still, with the defensive restrictions here, it would be a different story. Therefore, Yin Zhaoga directly said, "I will be going in to look for something. It might take some time. If someone else barges in before I emerge, activate the defensive restrictions here again. As long as it is not the exalts of 10 territories, they will be obstructed. Even if they can pass through, they will most likely be exhausted. If it really is an exalt, after activating the restrictions, ignore this place and go in to look for me." Hearing his words, Ahu scratched the back of his head, chuckling happily. "I like this job." Leaving Ahu and Pan Pan in the front hall, Yin Zhaoga headed for the back hall. As he walked, Yin Zhaoga muttered to himself, "I must have seen wrongly." In the end, when he arrived at the back hall and glanced at the enshrined statue, Yin Zhaoga instantly sighed. That statue was young, majestic and lofty, as it seemed to symbolize the existence of all things, all existences within this world. One of the 3 clear ones of Taoism, the founder of the prime, clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure. He was also known as the prime, clear Great Emperor, the prime, clear High Saint of the Great Taoist Lord. His full name was One Turning into 3 Pure Ones, the prime, clear abode of Yu Yu's true ascension to the prime, clear realm, the Sun Numinous Treasure, Lord Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Lord Numinous Treasure, Wondrous Emperor. This Taoist temple was not some grand, clear lineage at all. It was the prime, clear lineage. When Yin Zhaoga had seen that yellow cloth and vermilion talisman in the front hall earlier, he had felt that something was wrong, as it seemed more and more like something of the prime, clear lineage the more he looked at it. Now that they had arrived at the rear hall and seen the revered elder, they no longer had any doubts. Then what does this mean? Looking at that half-broken whisk, Yin Zhaoga did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Was this a gift or spoils of war that the owner of this place obtained from descendants of the grand clear lineage? Yin Zhaoga urgently needed the prime clear direct lineage as well. Yin Zhaoga still did not understand why the roving Jade Heavens had virtually gifted him the immortal trapping sword back then. Therefore, he had always been vigilant. However, when there are too many lice, there is no itch, and when there are too many debts, there's no need to worry. He already possessed the immortal ending sword and the immortal trapping sword. If he was worried about the earthly sovereign's ban, he would not mind learning another supreme martial art. It was just that there were really few direct lineages of the grand clear lineage. There were no other lineages in the entire world beyond worlds apart from ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain. I really don't know if I should say that I am lucky or unlucky. Yin Zhaoga could not help but laugh, shaking his head. Still, it is good that it is not of the Jade Clear direct lineage at least. TSK, isn't it too arrogant of me to be picky like this? If others who were unable to obtain such a rare, fortuitous encounter were to learn of it, they might come over and gang up on me, right? As he thought this, Yin Zhaoga bowed towards the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. "Please do not blame me, Heavenly Lord. This disciple is definitely not looking down on you. With the Lord of Primordial beginning above, this disciple is not looking down on you at all." After laughing, Yin Zhaoga ceased in his thoughts, gazing at the statue. Of the founders of the 3 clear lineages, the Lord of Primordial beginning symbolized going from nothingness to existence, while the Lord of Numinous Treasure symbolized going from existence to nothingness. Still, on the other hand, there had to be existence before one could go from existence to nothingness. Therefore, the Lord of numinous treasure actually represented the existence of all things, the existence of all things. Comparatively speaking, the Lord of primordial beginning represented nothingness, the beginning of everything, the end of everything. Therefore, it was also said that the Lord of primordial beginning represented peerless infinity, while the Lord of numinous treasure represented the birth of Taiji after peerless infinity, transforming into all things. Meanwhile, the Lord of Tao and Virtue's grand, clear, direct lineage martial art, the grand cosmos 5 manifestations, grand simplicity, grand commencement, grand beginning, grand plainness, and grand ultimate, represented the 5 stages of the heavens and earth going from nothingness to existence, similarly elaborating on the grand Tao of earlier heaven before the heavens had been opened. The 3 clear lineages were originally one, their Taos interconnected as they were all unique and profound. Yin Zhaoge retracted his gaze, exhaling slowly. Now, I can only hope that your direct lineage martial art remains here. Chapter 950. If the statue of the Lord of Tao and Virtue was consecrated in the rear hall of the Taoist temple, then one would have to look at the offerings on the incense table in order to differentiate whether this place was of the grand, clear, direct lineage. That was because apart from the grand, clear lineage, 90% of the Taoist lineages in the world worshipped the Lord of Tao and Virtue. However, the one worshipped in the rear hall was the Lord of numinous treasure. Without a doubt, this Taoist temple was of the prime, clear, direct lineage. Yin Zhaoge passed through the back hall, walking within the monastery. This place had indeed declined, and there was an aura of desolation and decay everywhere. As Yin Zhaoge circled the area, he saw more than just a single set of skeletons. He sighed, raising his head to survey his surroundings. It is indeed a sect of pre-great calamity times. The Taoist temple disciples who died here weren't killed by intruders. During the great calamity of the past, the great 1,000 worlds had shattered. The terrifying tide also affected many hidden alternate dimensions and grotto heavens. While the Taoist temple itself hadn't been completely destroyed, the people inside had been shaken to death. It seemed that the top experts here were not present at the time, and those with lower cultivation bases were buried here. After a long period of time, the protective restrictions in this place began to work again, but the dead could not be resurrected. Similar situations were not rare. After the great calamity, the people who had regained their vitality had excavated the remains of their predecessors and developed once more. In the process of excavation, the remains of predecessors could often be seen. In his early years in the Eight Extremities world, when he had still been a disciple of the younger generation, Yin Zhaoge had once entered an ancient site under the guidance of a senior of his sect and seen such a scene. May the dead rest in peace. As Yin Zhaoge walked, a massive ancestral hall appeared before his eyes. He walked inside and saw that there were many memorial tablets there. They should be the ancestral masters of this Taoist temple. At the very top, there was a memorial tablet that was worshipped by itself. It was named Prime, Clear, Rising, Profound, True Legacy, Tao Lord Origin Peace, Founding Master's Tablet. Looking at this tablet, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Prime, Clear, Rising, Profound, True Legacy. That is to say, he is a 3rd-generation disciple of the Prime, Clear, Direct lineage, the Lord of numinous treasure's true disciple. But I've never heard of Taoist Origin Peace or Taoist Origin Peace amongst the prime, clear 3rd-generation disciples. Still, Lingbao Tianzuan has opened his doors to teach everyone regardless of background. Tens of thousands of immortals come to his court. It's hard to say if there's a Taoist Yuan Kong among his disciples. The legend of the 3 pure ones was already very old, almost like a myth. Many things were fancied by later generations. Even some things that everyone knew were still hard to distinguish between true and false. Yin Zhaoge had originally not paid much attention to this. Still, as he browsed through some of the records within the ancestral hall of the Taoist temple, his expression involuntarily turned even stranger. According to the records, the founder of this Taoist temple, Taoist Origin Peace, was the personal disciple of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. The heavenly Lord of Plentiful Treasure was also known as Taoist Plentiful Treasure. He was the head of all the disciples under the prime clear sect's ancestor Numinous Treasure Heavenly Lord, the eldest disciple of the Jie sect in the investiture of the gods era. In the entire history of Taoism, other than the Lord of Numinous Treasure, he was the only person of the prime clear lineage who was proficient in the complete immortal extermination formation. He had once laid down the formation on behalf of his master and stood against the immortals of the Jade clear lineage. Now, among the three great sword cultivators in the history of the Tao sect, Taoist Duo Bao was the leader. He was even above perfected Yu Ding and Emperor Ziwei. However, due to the long history, there was no news of this Taoist almighty figure. There were many legends about him. In Yin Zhaoga's memories, there was a poem in which the head disciple of the Jade clear lineage, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, had battled the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. One was the broad accomplishment, unaging immortal physique, while the other was the Buddha worshipped in the West. While it had not been explicitly stated afterwards, it seemed to imply that Taoist Duo Bao would be the future Tathagata Buddha of Mystical Mountain, the Buddha. There was another legend where Laozi left Hangu Pass and turned into a Buddha. This referred to Taoist Duo Bao entering the Western sect, descending into the central whirling world, and developing Hinayana Buddhism. There were many similar legends in this world as well. Still, there was no way to verify their authenticity. Buddhism had naturally never acknowledged this in the past. While Yin Zhaoga had read extensively in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times and learnt of many secrets, he had not been clear on the whereabouts of Taoist Duo Bao after the era of the investiture of the gods. It was just that looking at some of the records in the Taoist temple today, especially the notes left behind by Taoist Origin Peace, Yin Zhaoga had noticed a detail. While it had only been a few words, according to Taoist Origin Peace, he had only entered the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's lineage after the era of the investiture of the gods. If what Taoist Origin Peace knew and said was true, this revealed two pieces of information. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure had not perished after the investiture of the gods. At the very least, he had not perished within a short period of time. Apart from that, the matter of plentiful treasure turning into a Buddha might not be true in these heavens and earth. It was just that the current whereabouts of this great heavenly Lord of Taoism were truly unknown. There had been no news of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure appearing in that great calamity. The prime clear lineage had suffered a great blow to its vitality in the investiture of the gods. It was rumored that only the incongruous Divine Mother had been able to escape safely amongst the disciples of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. In the following years, the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage had basically all originated from the incongruous Divine Mother's lineage, be it before or after the Great Calamity. The roving Jade Heaven's lineage also originated from the incongruous Divine Mother's lineage. The immortal ending sword that Yin Zhaoga cultivated in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had originated from those of the prime clear lineage who had joined the Heavenly Court after the investiture of the gods that year. The Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Yin Zhaoga put down the document, pondering as he gazed at the numerous tablets before him. After a while, he cupped his hands towards the ancestral temple and walked out, roaming about the other parts of the Taoist temple. The corpses of the dead and the places where disciples of the temple had resided and cultivated were the main targets of his search. Within a secluded room, Yin Zhaoga gained something. It was a jade talisman. Yin Zhaoga was not unfamiliar with this, as martial scriptures could be stored within. Feeling the brutal sword intent within this secluded room, Yin Zhaoga knew that this had been the place where a disciple of a certain Taoist temple had cultivated. This jade talisman most likely contained what he wanted. I don't hope for the immortal exterminating formation diagram. I just hope that it is not the immortal ending sword manual and the immortal trapping sword manual that I already possess. Yin Zhaoga muttered to himself as he infused his true essence within. He was not in a rush, as he instead sat in a meditative position, slowly analyzing it. This jade talisman had existed for too long, also having been affected by the Great Calamity. If he was not careful, it might directly be damaged. Even if it was not damaged, wanting to take out the things within would also be a very difficult thing. Why was it that when people excavated legacies after the Great Calamity, most of the martial arts they obtained were incomplete? A major reason for this was that many of the martial legacies that were recorded had been damaged or lost due to the passage of time. This was not a problem that could be avoided just by the carefulness of the excavators. Yin Zhaoge did not want an incomplete copy. Therefore, he had to slowly polish it and obtain the things recorded within. Only with the assistance of the remnant aura and concept of this place would there be greater hope. Therefore, he could not just directly take the jade talisman away. He had long since foreseen this. Therefore, he had directly instructed Ahu to stand guard at the front hall, obstructing others who might enter at any time. And as time passed, Ahu had originally been bored to death within the front hall, gazed at the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table as his heart suddenly jolted. Someone else is coming in again? Chapter 951. Guarding the front hall, Ahu had to keep an eye on the incense burner table at all times, as he could not focus on cultivating. Thus, he felt very bored. Still, while he seemed like a carefree man, he was always able to differentiate between what was important and what was urgent. While he felt bored, Ahu still stared intently at the incense burner table. After who knew how long, changes suddenly appeared on the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table. The talisman inscribed in cinnabar seemed to have come to life as it distorted and trembled unceasingly. Having received Yin Zhaoge's guidance before, Ahu immediately understood that someone was attempting to enter the Taoist temple once more. While he did not know who it was, Ahu had no intention of meeting them. It would not be someone of Broadcreed Mountain anyway. Therefore, he chuckled, adjusting the talisman inscribed on the yellow cloth talisman according to Yin Zhaoge's guidance. As the talisman changed, streams of spiritual light flickered, intermingling in mid-air as numerous profundities were revealed. While there seemed to be no changes within the Great Hall, those who attempted to enter from outside would be in deep trouble. While there were not many people who had arrived at the Taoist temple after Yin Zhaoge and the martial practitioners of 3-Foot Mountain, all of them possessed extraordinary martial prowess. The cries of phoenixes resounded as a few fiery phoenixes traversed the courtyard, flying directly towards the main entrance of the Great Hall. After entering, the scene before them changed. They all halted, revealing their true forms. Of the two at their head, one was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s, while the other was a youth who appeared to be in his 20s. The youth was handsome, but his gaze revealed a hint of coldness and sharpness. It was none other than the son of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, the Phoenix Prince Zhuang Chaohui. At this moment, his true essence was abundant. His aura, orderly as specks of light, seemed to flicker on his body, resembling the sea of stars in the horizon. Meanwhile, these specks of light actually seemed to circulate stably with their own unique rhythm. As the son of the Southern Exalt and a famed talent of the world beyond worlds, Zhuang Chaohui had not wasted his time these past years. 6 years ago, when he had come to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea in search of the Phoenix Bone, he had still been a seeing divinity martial saint. Now, he had successfully ascended the Immortal Bridge. When he had been a late seeing divinity martial saint that year, Zhuang Chaohui had already dared to forcibly contend with Immortal Bridge martial saints. Now that he had ascended the Immortal Bridge, his strength had stably risen to a whole new level. Let alone figures like Long Hanhua, Shun Lingzi, and Zheng Emo, Zhuang Chaohui would be able to battle most experts of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Compared to 6 years ago, the current Zhuang Chaohui's appearance hadn't changed much, but his gaze was even colder and calmer. Zhuang Chaohui had suffered a setback in his search for the Phoenix Bone in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea. After that, the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory finally went to war with the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Although they had gained some advantage in the beginning, they were ultimately unable to achieve their objectives in the end, and had no choice but to retreat. Whether or not the Phoenix True Form Scroll could advance to the next level whether or not all 5 virtues could be obtained, was extremely important. For the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, this might be a chance for him to advance a step further and push open the door to immortality. Even if he couldn't ascend to the immortal realm, his strength would still increase by leaps and bounds. For the entire Phoenix Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope faction, it would also receive a huge boost. It was not just the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun who had been thinking about it. Zhuang Chaohui had been thinking about it as well. However, if they wanted to defeat the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Golden Court Mountain, it would not be an easy matter. They needed to plan in many aspects. The more power and treasures he had, the better. A Wutong Slope disciple muttered to himself, "Grand, clear, direct lineage?" Speaking of which, Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain are of the grand, clear, direct lineage as well. Zhuang Chaohui said slowly, "Therefore, this cave manor is even more valuable to us. It is extraordinary." Someone said hatefully from the side, "There will definitely come a day when that Golden Court Mountain will be destroyed." Golden Court Mountain aside, there are a few other powers of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory that are similarly detestable to the extreme. Especially that Broad Creed Mountain is merely a minor second-rate sect from a lower world. Is it worthy of the name of Taoism's East Peak? That Wutong Slope disciple exhaled. It is all thanks to the protection of Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain that it has been able to survive till this day. Yet, it flies about like a hateful fly, wrecking our sect's plans time and time again, even daring to kill our disciples. Not exterminating them will not be enough to quell the hatred in my heart. Hearing his words, Zhuang Chaohui's cold gaze turned even colder. It is not easy to destroy Golden Court Mountain. It would be a success if we could inflict heavy injuries on them and force them to hand over the Phoenix Bone. With Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain unable to make a move, it would be easy to destroy that Broad Creed Mountain. He recalled his conversation with his father, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun. Could it be that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor has become his protective talisman? Zhuang Chaohui had been rather indignant back then. It is fine to slay that Yin Zhaoga and destroy that Broad Creed Mountain. Still, do not take that immortal artifact. Zhuang Shun was very calm. Still, before that, Ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain are the main problems that we have to face. Zhuang Chaohui retracted his thoughts, looking at the Taoist temple before him with a solemn expression on his face. This half-broken whisk fell into our hands out of nowhere, helping us enter. I wonder who it was that did it, another Wutong Slope disciple muttered. The middle-aged man beside Zhuang Chaohui was a longtime elder of Wudong Slope and the junior apprentice brother of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, his cultivation base superior to Zhuang Chaohui's. He said mildly, "Just raise your vigilance. Still, do not panic." Yes, senior apprentice uncle, Zhuang Chaohui and the others follow behind that middle-aged man, striding forward together. Who knew that terrifying yellow sand would suddenly surge amid space at this moment? The death storm appeared once more, completely devouring those of Wudong Slope who had just entered the Great Hall. It was normal for them to encounter protective restrictions upon entering cave manors of others. It was just that the restrictions here were exceptionally powerful. Even as that middle-aged man of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm simultaneously manifested the thick earth of meritorious virtue and the fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue to protect his body, he still felt somewhat unable to endure it. Fortunately, his accompanying high-grade sacred artifact was a piece of armor that was focused on defense. Combined with the true intent of the Phoenix true form scripture, he was only barely able to resist it. Still, he was temporarily unable to advance at all. While Zhuang Chaohui's cultivation base was extraordinary, he was nearly blown off his feet now. In terms of pure destructive power, that terrifying yellow sand was virtually comparable to the attacks of 9th-level martial saints. As soon as Zhuang Chaohui encountered it, he was nearly turned into a sieve. His high-grade sacred artifact, the Fire Phoenix Bow, was of no help here in terms of offensive power. He could only rely on himself now. The thick earth of meritorious virtue was pierced through. The fortuitous purple light of fortuitous virtue shattered as the white chi of nether virtue was forced out as well. Even so, Zhuang Chaohui was nearly beaten to death on the spot. In the end, numerous streams of light abruptly lit up on his body, forming a semicircular protective barrier as he was only able to preserve his life. This was one of Zhuang Chaohui's supreme treasures, his final defensive method, as well as a life-saving treasure. Still, it was a consumable that would vanish after being used once. While Zhuang Chaohui had guessed that the protective restrictions here were powerful, he had not thought that he would meet his end just as he entered. The other Wutong Slope martial practitioners were in even worse straits. It was only thanks to the protection of Zhuang Chaohui and that middle-aged man that they had not perished on the spot. That middle-aged man frowned. "It is unexpectedly dangerous. You guys retreat. I will try entering alone." Before his words had landed, other sounds actually resounded amidst the ear-splitting, whistling sound of the wind and sand. The surging roar of a great river. Chapter 952. That surging, roaring river was precisely the second tribulation of the restrictions here, the water of the heavy river. This was the heaviest water vein beneath the heavens besides the heavenly river of the universe. After passing through the restrictions, Yin Zhaoge formally entered the great hall of the Taoist temple. Discovering the yellow cloth talisman on the incense burner table, he could not help but rejoice a little after carefully studying it. When he had entered, there had been no one presiding over the restrictions. Therefore, the three tribulations of a sandstorm, the heavy river and the fire lotus, had blocked his path in succession. As long as he broke through them one by one, he would eventually be able to pass through. Even so, it had not been easy. Still, if someone presided over the restrictions here, 2 or even 3 tribulations could be simultaneously unleashed. Having received Yin Zhaoge's guidance, Ahu was currently presiding over the restrictions here as he guarded the front hall. Sensing that someone had entered, Ahu, who seemed rough on the outside but was actually meticulous on the inside, kept an eye on them as he first unleashed the first tribulation, the divine aged gold sand. If these restrictions were completely expended in one go, they would require some time before they could recover. If the enemy first sent some cannon fodder over, it would inevitably be a waste for him to unleash the full power of the restrictions. Still, seeing that the other party had been able to withstand the first tribulation now, Ahu knew that they were not cannon fodder. After all, the sandstorm formed of the divine, aged gold sand of the first tribulation was virtually comparable to a late immortal bridge martial saint in terms of destructive power alone. How could someone who was able to withstand this tribulation be simple? Seeing this, Ahu instantly ceased being polite as he smilingly activated all the restrictions at once. Amidst the howling, the surging water of the heavy river was sandwiched within the sandstorm as it madly shot towards Zhuang Chaohui and the others. Apart from that, numerous golden lotus flames bloomed amidst space as well, surrounding those of Wutong Slope. The pitiful people of Wutong Slope who had just been preparing to retreat were now unable to do so even if they wanted to, just having been knocked dizzy by the divine, aged gold sand. The 2 tribulations of the water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses whistled over together, with the cultivation bases of Zhuang Chaohui and the others, let alone the white chi of nether virtue, which the heavens had left them with a sliver of hope. Even if all 5 virtues were present, they might still not be able to ensure their safety. The fire lotuses exploded, transforming into a boundless golden sea of flames. Still, they did not clash with the water of the heavy river. Water and fire were merciless as they were distinct from one another. Yet, they simultaneously lunged towards Zhuang Chaohui and the others. There was also a terrifying sandstorm mixed in. The martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who had cultivated the true meaning of nether virtue, could only watch as their wisp of white chi gradually disappeared. This meant that in the face of the danger before them, their chances of survival had been completely severed. It was a situation of absolute death. Even Zhuang Chaohui and the other man who had already ascended the immortal bridge would find it hard to resist such a scene. After the frenzy, not even bones were left. The sandstorm gradually dispersed, but the water of the Chun River and the miraculous fire golden lotus were still lingering in the void. At this moment, someone else came in from the outside world. It was a huge golden crow. It was the 3-foot mountain martial practitioner who had been in charge of holding the line and had helped Zhuang Chaohui and the others enter. As soon as they came in, they were attacked by the protective restriction. Fortunately, there had already been people who had died here earlier, expending the killing intent of the protective restrictions, causing the tribulation to be less intense. These 3-foot mountain martial practitioners who had entered later could just barely hold on. However, they were also complaining incessantly. This protective restriction has a total of 3 tribulations, but logically speaking, it should be one after the other. Why are there 2 tribulations happening at the same time? The people of Wudong Slope are probably going to be completely wiped out as well. As they pondered, they saw 2 clumps of fire suddenly appear amid space. Those 2 clumps of flames were not blazing or ferocious, as they instead emanated a thriving life force. A 5-colored silhouette of light shook within each of the 2 clumps of flames, resembling the eggs of some fowl, whilst also resembling the spread of some bird's wings. These flames were illusory as they gradually condensed into form, their auras concealed such that the remnant river water and fire lotuses did not immediately target them. Seeing this, those of 3-foot mountain understood something. The Phoenix true form scriptures nirvanic rebirth. 2 immortal bridge martial saints of Wudong Slope perished here just now. The cry of phoenixes resounded from within the 2 clumps of flames. Finally, 2 5-colored phoenixes of fire were reborn from within the flames before flying out. Enveloped by the silhouettes of the phoenixes were precisely Zhuang Chaohui and his senior apprentice uncle. Their expressions were ugly to the extreme. Besides these 2 immortal bridge martial saints, the other disciples of Wudong Slope had all perished beneath the protective restrictions of this Taoist temple. Even the 2 of them had narrowly escaped death. If not for the miraculous nirvanic rebirth of the Phoenix true form scripture, they too would have perished beneath that frenzied tide earlier. While Zhuang Chaohui and the other had been reborn now, their treasures and high-grade sacred artifacts had all been reduced to dust. Golden Crow incinerating world scripture, people of the southeastern Yang Heaven territories, 3-foot mountain. Zhuang Chaohui and the other person ground their teeth, already understanding that it was 3-foot mountain who had given them half a horsetail whisk. Also, they clearly did not have good intentions. Still, they could not be bothered with 3-foot mountain right now. The protective restrictions were not the power of a true person at the end of the day, as they lacked intelligence and consciousness. The remaining water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses were currently calling out to those of 3-foot mountain. Having experienced nirvanic rebirth, Zhuang Chaohui and the other person were instead not targeted by the protective restrictions now. Still, the water of the heavy river and the golden fire lotuses blocked their path of retreat. Having already come this far, Zhuang Chaohui and the other person could only grit their teeth and charge forward now. As the scenery before them changed, they finally entered the front hall of the Taoist temple. Looking at the statues of the founders of the 3 clear lineages, they could only feel incomparably sorrowful. Surveying their surroundings, there was no one else in the front hall. There was only an incense table placed in a corner of the great hall. Zhuang Chaohui's gaze swept around, his face so dark that it seemed like it could drip water. Someone was here, just now. Someone activated that protective restriction. Now that he has fallen into my hands, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The Wudong Slope elder beside him also had a cold expression. Chase. Seeing that they were able to bypass the protective restrictions, the other party had directly fled. This meant that his cultivation base was limited, and he could only rely on the protective restrictions to block his path. While they did not understand how this person had passed through the 3 heavenly tribulations earlier, The other party seemed to be lacking in confidence at the very least. Since that was so, the two of Wudong Slope had to make use of their time. Now that things had come to this, there was no way out. They could only continue forward. Otherwise, so many of their fellow disciples would have died in vain. Zhuang Chaohui and the other person rushed to the rear hall in exasperation. As they subconsciously turned back to look at the statues, they were rendered dumbfounded. The Lord of Numinous Treasure. This is the prime, clear, direct lineage. Zhuang Chaohui felt like he had been struck by lightning. If this was the prime, clear, direct lineage, why would they have expended so much effort to barge in? Even if they obtained the supreme martial arts here, they would not be able to use them in front of others upon returning to the world beyond worlds. Indeed, comprehending by analogy, even just as a reference, would still be greatly beneficial. They might even be able to use it as a trump card, catching their enemies off guard. The problem, however, was that this was not something they urgently needed at all. There was no need for them to sacrifice so many of their fellow disciples in order to obtain it. To Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, the so-called prime, clear direct lineage was virtually useless, tasteless, and a pity to discard. Zhuang Chaohui and the other person exchanged looks, instantly feeling a great deal of their previously raised morale dissipate as they felt stifled and suffocated. Chapter 953. To Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, this Taoist temple was simply a massive trap. If not for the fact that 3-Foot Mountain was also from the world beyond worlds, and that they had no use for the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage, Zhuang Chaohui would really suspect that they had long since known that this was not the grand clear direct lineage. The reason they had given that half-broken horsetail whisk to him was purely to screw over Wudong Slope. Still, from the looks of it now, 3-Foot Mountain probably did not know the true background of this Taoist temple either. Looking at the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure before them, and thinking of how their two powers had been desperately trying to enter, Zhuang Chaohui and the other felt that this was ridiculous, as they wanted to laugh, yet could not. So many people had died, and so much effort had been expended. Yet this was the result. Zhuang Chaohui dared not think any further, as he was already feeling depressed to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Looking at his senior apprentice uncle, the two had similarly gloomy expressions on their faces. Let's continue forward. Since we've come all the way here, we can't possibly return empty-handed. Zhuang Chaohui inhaled deeply. Supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage aside, if there are some treasures left behind, it would be able to comfort everyone's souls in heaven. The other party had previously relied on the restrictions to obstruct their path. Now that the restrictions have been rendered useless, they had immediately fled. This meant that their abilities were limited. Otherwise, we can turn back and take care of those of 3-Foot Mountain. That way, we can vent our frustrations. Zhuang Chaohui's expression was icy cold. Senior apprentice uncle, I am unwilling to retreat just like this without doing anything. Looking at the statue of the Lord of Numinous Treasure, that middle-aged man sighed towards the heavens. While 3-Foot Mountain is detestable, whether or not they can escape from the restrictions is another matter. Let's not bother with them for now. Let's continue forward. We have to ascertain who it was who plotted against us, even if we have to settle the score with them in the future. The two's nirvanic rebirth could only be used once, having already been used up. Now that they had lost their sacred artifact, they had to be even more careful. While the enemy seemed to only be plotting against them, they dared not be careless. Still, let alone Zhuang Chaohui, this middle-aged man would be unwilling to return just like this. The two left the great hall with gloomy expressions, heading further into the depths of the Taoist temple. On the other side, after sensing that someone was about to pass through the restrictions and enter the great hall, Ahu could not help but scratch his head. Which sect is this ferocious person from? Even 3 tribulations couldn't kill it? He shrunk his neck back, leaping onto Pan-Pan's back. One man and one beast passed through the main hall, charging towards the back. At this time, Ahu did not dare to linger. Instead, he followed Yin Zhaoge's instructions. If they could not hold on, then they would quickly retreat. An enemy who could pass through that protective restriction without dying was most likely not someone he and Pan Pan could deal with. Perhaps the other party was also heavily injured and on the verge of death, but if that wasn't the case, he might be held back by the other party. It's just that I don't know the other party's identity, so it's not good to report it to young master. Ahu muttered inwardly as he sat on Pan Pan's body, allowing Pan Pan to run as he pleased. As Yin Zhaoga's steed, Pan Pan could naturally sense each other's thoughts. While the interior of the Taoist temple was rather wondrous, Pan Pan still quickly located Yin Zhaoga's whereabouts. When he arrived at the quiet room, Ahu stuck his head in and couldn't help but jump in fright. Within the room, Yin Zhaoga was currently seated in the meditative position, a jade talisman in one hand and a sword seal in the other. Numerous black lines extended from Yin Zhaoga's body, covering the walls, floor, and roof of the secluded room as they intersected with one another. Where the black lines passed, the secluded room seemed to form a world of its own as it was isolated from the Taoist temple outside. While Yin Zhaoga was seated there, in Ahu's senses, the current Yin Zhaoga seemed to have shrunk into a single point. The numerous black lines within the secluded room were all formed from this single point, the lines extending from the point. Then, the lines intertwined to form flat surfaces. The different flat surfaces then came together to form the three-dimensional world before them. Still, this was still not the most shocking part. The most terrifying part was that these black lines vaguely emanated the intent of death and extermination, terrifying to the extreme as just a single glance at them caused Ahu to feel a chill run down his spine. Yin Zhaoga now opened his eyes. Seeing Ahu and Pan Pan, he could not help but smack his lips, smiling. The protective restrictions were unable to hold back the enemy. Recovering, Ahu hurriedly said, "Young master, someone has withstood the simultaneous release of the three tribulations." "That's really incredible." Yin Zhaoga was rather taken aback. "Tell me the details." After hearing that the other party seemed to have first vanished for an instant before reappearing, avoiding the remnant water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth twitched. That should not have been forcibly withstood. Instead, they must have borrowed some sort of concealment technique. It might even have been a death substitution rebirth technique that allowed them to avoid the tribulations. Ahu said, "Afterwards, there seemed to be a second wave of people who came in, being obstructed by the remnant water of the heavy river and the miraculous fire lotuses. Meanwhile, the first wave successfully broke through the protective restrictions. Seeing that I was unable to continue obstructing them, I came to look for you, young master." Amidst his words, those numerous black lines retracted onto Yin Zhaoga's body, vanishing. However, during this process, Ahu and Pan Pan actually felt as though their lives had been drawn away. The black lines completely vanished as Yin Zhaoga stood up from the ground, clutching that jade talisman. Yin Zhaoga cocked his head slightly, listening intently. "Oh, they've already found their way here." This feeling is a little familiar. Walking out of the secluded room, he saw two figures appear from another passageway, a youth and a middle-aged man. They were precisely Zhuang Chaowei and Yin Zhaoga of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Zhuang Chaowei and Yin Zhaohui had been searching within the Taoist temple, vaguely discovering traces of people as they had followed them over. Amidst their vexation, they suddenly saw a white-clothed, blue-robed youth appear before them, currently smiling as he waved towards them. "Long time no see." Meeting face to face, Zhuang Chaowei was slightly taken aback. "It's you, Yin Zhaoga?" Yin Zhaoga smiled. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Before his words had landed, he strode forward, instantly arriving before Zhuang Chaowei and Yin Zhaohui. After their initial shock, Zhuang Chaowei and Yin Zhaohui simultaneously made a move. Blazing fire transformed into a terrifying saber, chopping straight towards the incoming Yin Zhaoga. There was nothing much to be said between the two sides. Without a second word, they directly clashed with each other. While Zhuang Chaowei had already clashed with Yin Zhaoga in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea that year, Yin Zhaoga had left a deep impression on him. Still, Yin Zhaoga had still been at the merging avatar stage then, having been able to gain an advantage mainly because of the black hole at the bottom of the sea beneath the clear scenic region. Now, however, Zhuang Chaohui discovered a truth that he found hard to accept. Yin Zhaoga raised a palm. The majestic, tyrannical extreme yang seal resembling a blazing sun rising into the sky. Its violent aura virtually caused Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaohui to feel suffocated. In an instant, they could only feel time seemingly flowing in reverse as they faced the numerous tribulations of the miraculous fire golden lotus from earlier once more. Even wielding the extreme yang seal, its power is still a little too great. Zhuang Chaohui's expression turned even uglier. The rumors in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that he single-handedly slew an expert of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm are true. Chapter 954. The combination of the thick earth of meritorious virtue and the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue already possessed extremely shocking defensive power. The two Wudong Slope martial practitioners raised their cultivation bases to the maximum. Under normal circumstances, even an opponent of a higher cultivation base than them would be hard-pressed to break through their defenses. Helplessly, however, Yin Zhaoga had never been someone who could be judged by normal standards. First, not speaking of the might of the extreme Yang seal, Yin Zhaoga's palm now contained the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and extreme yang scripture. The mighty, majestic force was heavy, great, unyielding, tough, and yang. The sky toppled, Yin-Chi no longer existing as only yang remained, combining with the power to overturn the heavens and the earth, transforming into the momentum of the universe collapsing. The terrifying force caused one to feel suffocated and despair. With the great tribulation of the heavens and the earth, all life forms would suffer. Who could be spared? What could they hide? Even more shocking was the fact that the force of Yin Zhaoga's palm was perfectly compatible with the extreme Yang seal. When the exalted solar luminary had forged the extreme Yang seal in the past, it had combined the concepts of the cyclic heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and extreme yang scripture in an imitation of the legendary cyclic heavenly seal. Now that Yin Zhaoga had deeply analyzed its essence, he stimulated the power of the extreme yang seal. While he had yet to step into the immortal bridge stage and should theoretically be unable to wield the full power of the extreme yang seal, now that the extreme yang seal was in his hands, it gradually seemed like it had been at its peak. How could Zhuang Chaohui and Yin Zhaoga withstand Yin Zhaoga's supreme blow of merging with the treasure? They had been swept aside with a single move. The thick earth of meritorious virtue that mended the heavens and extended the Tao, as well as the blessed purple light of fortuitous virtue that was untainted by killing intent, were rapidly whittled down, quickly vanishing. The white chi of nether virtue that concealed life force was only left with a single strand, indistinct and virtually non-existent, signifying that tiny bit of life force that was virtually negligible to the point of being negligible. It was like the great sun was right before their eyes. Zhuang Chaohui could even see the flames and sunspots of the sun. Suppressed beneath the great seal, the two of Wutong Slope felt like their insides were on fire. They felt rather unresigned. However, they hated the fact that their accompanying treasures and weapons had all been destroyed by the restrictions of the Taoist temple earlier. Otherwise, they would not have been completely powerless to retaliate. Still, thinking about it, they would still not be Yin Zhaoga, even if their treasures and weapons were still present. They would still not have been Yin Zhaoga. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but feel even more despair. As the son of the Southern Exalt, Zhuang Chaohui's background was robust, and he himself was a heaven-defying genius as few of his peers in the world beyond worlds could compare to him. His eyes had always been at the top of his head, and he had always been used to doing whatever he wanted. Otherwise, he would not have been so daring as to cross the border and search for the Phoenix Bone in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory back then. At that time, Having suffered a loss at the hands of Yin Zhaoge and Golden Court Mountain, it could still be said that he was not in a favorable position. But today, Zhuang Chaohui's pride was completely shattered. Zhuang Chaohui had seen geniuses stronger than him before. While they had never clashed, it had long since been said in the world beyond worlds that the sole daughter of ingenious Flying Peak's Brocade Emperor, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting, was much younger than him and an unparalleled genius who surpassed him. Although Zhuang Chaohui was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Whatever the case, however, she was the sole daughter of the Brocade Emperor, a favored daughter of heaven whose background and wealth were even greater than his. Yet, the one who had defeated him today was Yin Zhaoge of a lower world. Also, even having yet to step into the Immortal Bridge stage, he had already been hard-pressed to stand against him. How could Zhuang Chaohui not feel despondent to the point of wanting to vomit blood? He had still been planning to flatten Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain earlier. Who knew that he would actually be dying beneath Yin Zhaoge's palm in the blink of an eye? Moreover, it was definitely Yin Zhaoge's group who had activated the protective restrictions of a Taoist temple earlier, burying a bunch of Wudong Slope disciples. Being suppressed beneath the extreme Yang seal at this moment, Zhuang Chaohui was enraged to the point of going berserk. Yin Zhaoge, you killed Li Jin. My Wudong Slope might still be able to tolerate you. That middle-aged man roared. You killed me, and Chaohui, senior apprentice brother Zhuang, will definitely not let the matter rest. Your Broad Creed Mountain and my Wudong Slope will not rest until one of us is dead. Zhuang Chaohui said furiously, what is the point of saying so much, senior apprentice uncle? If he has the ability, bury us all here. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. No need to threaten me, no need to goad me, no need to bluff. No matter what you say, I have never intended to let you off in the first place. While he was smiling, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was exceptionally icy cold. Even as the hearts of Zhuang Chaohui and the other man chilled, they also jolted slightly as they seemed to have comprehended something. They stared dazedly at Yin Zhaoge, rather shocked by their own guess. Could it be? Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. As my Broad Creed Mountain unceasingly rises in strength, we will naturally need greater space to expand. While the southeastern Yang Heaven territory is large, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. It is just that Golden Court Mountain has always been on good terms with my Broad Creed Mountain, having taken great care of us all these years. This yin has never forgotten this. Since that is so, we can only develop in another direction. Looking at Zhuang Chaohui and the other man, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Unless an extremely major accident occurs, our two lineages will still have to clash at the end of the day. Therefore, I don't mind killing all of you here. Whatever the amount, weakening the strength of your Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope is something that I would be happy to see happen. The only thing that needs to be considered is whether the time is right and whether our lineage is already prepared. Zhuang Chaohui and the other man looked shockingly at Yin Zhaoge. While their guesses had been verified, the feeling of shock and absurdity within their hearts had instead intensified. This youth who spoke so confidently before them was merely a late-seeing divinity martial saint. His sect originated from a lower world, as there were less than 10 martial saints in the entire sect. Yet, his target was Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. What place was that? One of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts. The power that the Southern Exalt reigned over the entire Southern Blazing Heaven territory, as he was unrivaled in the south of the world beyond worlds. Having existed in the world beyond worlds for over 1,000 years, not counting Zhuang Shun, who was a human Exalt, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had as many experts as there were clouds in the first place. Just the number of Immortal Bridge Martial Saint experts of Wudong Slope alone surpassed the number of martial saints that Broad Creed Mountain currently had. This youth before them actually wanted to clash head-on with Wudong Slope. Could he be mad? After his shock, Zhuang Chaohui laughed in exasperation. With just the likes of you? If not for the protection of ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain, your minor sect of a lower world would long since have been decimated by my Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope 100 times over. It is precisely because of this that I said that we have to consider whether the time is right and whether our sect is already prepared. Yin Zhaoga's smile did not diminish. Even now, while the time still cannot be said to be completely ripe, everything is still developing in a good direction, isn't it? Zhuang Chaohui opened his mouth to curse, yet his voice suddenly choked. He stared dazedly at Yin Zhaoga before him. 6 years ago, in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea, he had been a 6th-level martial saint, while Yin Zhaoga had been a 2nd-level martial saint. Meeting again today, 6 years later, he was a 7th-level martial saint. Yin Zhaoga, a 6th-level martial saint. Broad Creed Mountain, which had less than 10 martial saints, which had no immortal bridge martial saints, yet an expert of the 9th level of the martial saint realm had already perished at this Broad Creed Mountain. Chapter 955. The star-plucking practitioner Guan Lied of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. Shun Lingzi, King Xuanqing, a mid-immortal bridge martial saint. Daoist Shi, Kong Ping, He Dongcheng, Gu Zhang, early immortal bridge martial saints. This was the name list of the experts who had perished at Broad Creed Mountain back then. Also, they had all been slain by Broad Creed Mountain in the same great battle. In the eyes of some people, there might be some untruths in this matter. This was especially so when the news of an immortal weapon spread, which attracted the attention of the majority of people. But if one thought about it carefully, it was enough to make one shudder. This was especially so for Zhuang Chaohui and Zhang Wuji, who were currently being suppressed by Yin Zhaoga's extreme Yang seal. At this moment, they felt that perhaps their attention should not be placed on the immortal weapon that only existed in the legends, or even had no shadow of it. Toward the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, their gazes should also not be solely fixated on Golden Court Mountain. Once upon a time, an existence that no one paid any attention to had now become a direct threat. Looking first at the extreme Yang seal, and then at Yin Zhaoga, Zhuang Chaohui's heart suddenly jolted. If this person ascends the immortal bridge, he would be able to wield this extreme Yang seal with all his might. The extreme Yang seal was completely different from other high-grade sacred artifacts. Could Yin Zhaoga ascend the immortal bridge? Even if they were enemies, Zhuang Chaohui had to admit that this was an undeniable fact. The only difference was when would Yin Zhaoga be able to ascend the immortal bridge? Still, just thinking of how he had still been a mid-merging avatar martial saint 6 years ago, Zhuang Chaohui's heart twitched. For Yin Zhaoga, because time flowed faster in the vast ocean world than in the world beyond worlds, more than 6 years had actually passed. Even so, in terms of actual age, Yin Zhaoga's rate of improvement was still universally shocking. When they thought up to here, the two of them from Wudong Slope felt even more pessimistic. Moreover, 6 years ago, Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, had broken through space and seen true divinity, ascending to the world beyond worlds from the 8 extremities world. Now that 6 years had passed, the last time Yin Di had appeared before the world, he had shockingly already been a late-seeing divinity martial saint. At this moment, Zhuang Chaohui truly discovered that he had underestimated Yin Zhaoga, underestimated Broad Creed Mountain too much in the past. Right now, he desperately hoped that he could remind his father and the elders of his sect. Even if they temporarily set aside the matter of Golden Court Mountain and the Phoenix Bone, they could first concentrate their strength and deal with the scourge that was Broad Creed Mountain. But what made him feel even more bitter was that not to mention whether they would be able to leave the Taoist temple alive. Even if they could, they might not have a chance to make up for their previous negligence. His father, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, had yet to return from the Southern Blazing Heaven territory 2 years ago. What was worse was that according to past experience, Zhuang Shun would not be able to return in the next few years. Of course, besides Zhuang Shun, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and the others were currently not at their respective clans either. Still, with the example of the late-seeing divinity martial saint, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lied, having perished at Broad Creed Mountain's feet and the powerful strength that Yin Zhaoga was currently displaying, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lied was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. If not for the human exalt Zhuang Shun, even if Phoenix Ritual Mountain attacked with all their might, would they be able to destroy Broad Creed Mountain? Having already begun to view Broad Creed Mountain squarely, Zhuang Chaohui and the other man also felt rather uncertain at this moment. Moreover, the southeastern Yang Heaven territory had its own local experts who would not sit idly by. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel even more depressed. The extreme Yang seal pressured down unceasingly from above, their bones creaking. As the brilliant sun blazed down, the golden flames seemed like they wanted to devour their bodies. The shadow of death loomed over these two experts of Wutong Slope at this moment. Zhuang Chaohui, how about we make a deal? Yin Zhaoge suddenly said, smilingly. If I am not wrong, as the son of the Southern Exalt should have left some arrangements on you to prevent you from encountering a sure death crisis like today. The Phoenix true form scripture that you cultivate in might not be able to protect your life, but your father might be able to. Am I right? Zhuang Chaohui's pupils dilated abruptly. There was indeed a mechanism left behind by his father, the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun, on him. After his nirvanic rebirth had been expended, if he encountered another death tribulation, he would be able to make use of the mechanism left behind by Zhuang Shun and obtain a second chance at escaping death. Also, he would be reborn directly at the headquarters of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. That way, even if there were future dangers, he would be able to escape. Such a technique required a great deal of resources as well as a great price, with great side effects afterwards. Still, when life and death truly came, one's life would naturally be the most important. This matter was extremely secretive, as even the middle-aged man beside him was not aware of it. Hearing his words now, his expression changed slightly as he swiveled his head to look at Zhuang Chaohui. Yin Zhaoge held the extreme Yang seal in one hand while holding the jade talisman that he had obtained in this Taoist temple in the other. A wisp of black qi vaguely surfaced within the jade talisman, seemingly not yet present. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Let me tell you in advance. If there really is such a technique, it might not be a use against me. My deal with you is that you answer a question of mine. If you have such a technique, I will let you off. Still, if you do not, regrettably, you will still have to die. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Therefore, there is no need to feel that I have to force you to answer this question. To tell the truth, I would still be more willing to slay you. As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge continued exerting force. The extreme Yang seal shook, its entire body seemingly expanding as it transformed into an actual sun. The fleshly bodies of Zhuang Chaohui and that middle-aged man were incinerated and disintegrated together. They transformed into two phoenixes, struggling desperately to resist. Yet it was futile. The two simultaneously emitted enraged roars and tragic cries, going from high to low before finally disappearing. Gazing over carefully, Yin Zhaoge indeed saw that the fiery phoenix that the middle-aged man had transformed into had been completely extinguished, not even his corpse remaining as his soul had dispersed. Yet, after the fiery phoenix that Zhuang Chaohui had transformed into had been extinguished, a clump of flame actually reappearing within the air. That flame even vaguely broke through space as it sought to flee far away. The space where the flame was seemed to have completely separated from the world of the Taoist temple at this moment, forming a world of its own as the extreme Yang seal was unable to interfere with it at this moment. Can't leave, Yin Zhaoge chuckled, extending his palm as the phenomenon of chaos vaguely appeared on his palm. Where the chaos passed, that clump of flame was actually forcibly sucked in. Conscious fluctuations vaguely emanated from within. Zhuang Chaohui's face gradually surfaced within as he looked at Yin Zhaoge in shock. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "Very good. It looks like there is room for a deal between us now. It just depends on whether you are willing." Back in the clear scenic region of the Royal Reed Sea, before you left, you brought away a girl called Mengwan. I heard that there is a senior of your sect called Lu Xianting. If my guess is not wrong, they should be mother and daughter? Yin Zhaoge looked at Zhuang Chaohui. My question is, who is Mengwan's father? Chapter 956. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Zhuang Chaohui was clearly taken aback for a moment. As he regained his wits, his expression involuntarily turned rather strange. After looking dazedly at Yin Zhaoge for a moment, Zhuang Chaohui looked like he was angry whilst also not, seemingly smiling whilst also not. I remember now. That Meng, one originated from the same lower world as you. Her lineage in the lower world was destroyed by your broad Creed Mountain, right? Who is her father? Who is her father? Who is her father? Zhuang Chaohui suddenly laughed loudly. You wouldn't want to know, but you will know very soon. His smile was filled with mockery. Very soon. Zhuang Chaohui stared at Yin Zhaoge. I really want to see what your expression will be like after knowing this. Still, it would not be fun for me to tell you now. Oh. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge was not angered. Since that is so, you can leave with regrets. Saying thus, he grabbed that clump of flame, clenching his fist and shattering it. Zhuang Chaohui's face gradually dissipated amidst the flames. Still, there was still a joyful expression on his face as he roared loudly. Yin Zhaoge, I will be waiting for you down below. That day is not far away. Very soon. Very soon. While you did not tell me anything, from your words, I can basically tell that Meng Wan was safe and sound after being taken away by you. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. This is actually already enough. Zhuang Chaohui roared, surnamed Yin, I want to see how you die. That is not something you should worry about. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, exerting force with his fingers as he completely extinguished that clump of flame. The flourishing life force was extinguished at this moment, as Zhuang Chaohui's life force was severed just like that. Yin Zhaoge retrieved that jade talisman and looked at it. It is indeed troublesome to kill a martial practitioner with a powerful life force who cultivates in a special martial art like this. Still, there was no reaction from the jade talisman this time. Zhuang Chaohui's nirvanic rebirth had already been used up, and the backup method left behind by his father Zhuangshun had been dispelled as well. However powerful Zhuang Chaohui's life force was, he would definitely be meeting the King Yama this time. Zhuang Chaohui having been slain here, Yin Zhaoge's enmity with Broad Creed Mountain and the Southern Exalt Zhuangshun had reached a new height. Yin Zhaoge, on the other hand, was very calm as he kept the Extreme Yang seal and the Jade Talisman, swiveling his head to look at Ah Hu and Pan Pan, smiling, after searching this Taoist temple one last time, we can leave. While Yin Zhaoge had only clashed for a short period of time, with Zhuang Chaohui and the other man having already taken care of them, the force exerted by him was not weak at all. The effects of the battle affected the entire Taoist temple, causing it to be on the verge of collapse. After all, this place had been abandoned for many years and was not as sturdy and powerful as it used to be. There were still many treasures and pills stored in the temple. However, after experiencing the great calamity back then and enduring the corrosion of time, most of the stock had already decayed. But even so, there were still many precious treasures among the remaining items. In the eyes of most people, some of these items were mediocre and had limited value. However, in Yin Zhaoge's eyes, he lacked something that could turn something rotten into something miraculous, turning trash into a treasure. After tidying up everything here that caught his eye, Yin Zhaoge brought Ah Hu and Pan Pan along as he returned to the Great Hall. After bowing once more towards the statues of the founders of the three purities, Yin Zhaoge came before the incense burner table, looking at the runes inscribed with cinnabar on a yellow cloth. Oh, they're leaving? Because those of Wudong Slope had first suffered the simultaneous attacks of the three tribulations set up by the Taoist temple, the second batch of people of 3 Foot Mountain had it much easier. While the simultaneous attacks of the three tribulations were terrifying, it also formlessly lowered their continuity. Still, seeing that Zhuang Chaohui and Pan Pan had instead passed through the protective restrictions after undergoing nirvanic rebirth, the hearts of those of 3 Foot Mountain began pounding. While the others of Wudong Slope had been completely wiped out, the 2 immortal bridge martial saints who had survived possessed extraordinary strength. 2 batches of people had already arrived before them, both of them extremely powerful as well. The first batch of 3 Foot Mountain martial practitioners, their chief included had most likely perished. The second batch of 3-foot mountain martial practitioners had still chosen to give up in the end, after some hesitation, attempting to leave this cave manor which had cost them so much. Now that the protective restrictions had weakened, they had successfully escaped. Yin Zhaoga smiled, shaking his head as he led Ahu and Pan Pan out of the great hall. Feeling the spiritual qi flow here for a moment, Yin Zhaoga could not help but raise his brows slightly. Someone opened another door. It looks like Zhuang Chaohui and the others entered from that newly opened door. It was just that with this, the door through which he and the martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain had entered from the wilderness sea had been affected and closed, unable to be opened again. This meant that if Yin Zhaoga or those martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain wanted to return to the world beyond worlds, they would have to take the same path that Zhuang Chaohui and the others had entered from. It did not have to be asked for it to be known that the other side of the exit was most likely in the lands of the southern blazing heaven territory. Yin Zhaoga could not help but laugh as he strode out of the Taoist temple. After determining the general direction, he headed towards that great lake from which those of Wudong Slope had entered. Just having arrived by the lake, he saw a few figures preparing to enter the lake as well. From their attire and martial attainments, they were precisely martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain. Seeing Yin Zhaoga appear, their expressions all changed slightly. They wondered what exactly was going on in the temple. Yin Zhaoga did not stand on ceremony as he strode directly before those martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain, raising his palm and striking out with a cyclic heavenly seal. That leading 3-foot mountain elder was just about to speak when a gust of wind assaulted his face, forcing him to shut his mouth. While he was an early immortal bridge martial saint, he was hard-pressed to withstand the peerless, massive force of Yin Zhaoga's cyclic heavenly seal as he was sent flying in retreat with just a single strike. Yin Zhaoga's palm did not cease in pressuring downwards as it resembled the collapse of the sky. Beneath this palm of Yin Zhaoga's, the entire heavens and earth distorted as they converged and collapsed towards the center of the lake. The martial practitioners of 3-foot mountain dared not resist as they hurriedly fled towards the dimensional passageway at the bottom of the lake. Yet, beneath Yin Zhaoga's palm, many people were still directly slain. Only 2 were heavily injured as they spurted out blood, barely managing to preserve their lives as they scrambled and fled into the entrance of the dimensional passageway. Yin Zhaoga appeared leisurely as he sat on Pan Pan's back. Pan Pan strode forward neither hurriedly nor slowly, closely following him into the dimensional passageway. Seeing this, those 2 3-foot mountain elders were both shocked and fearful. This is that Yin Zhaoga? Vicious indeed. Chief, and the others have already perished at his hands? After passing through the dimensional passageway, they arrived at the other exit. There, however, were people blocking their path. They were from the southern blazing heaven territory's Phoenix, Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope. As Zhuang Chaohui and the others were heading towards the cave manor of the Taoist temple, there were still other fellow disciples guarding the entrance here. Seeing those 2 3-foot mountain elders appear, the expressions of the Wudong Slope martial practitioners who were guarding the entrance all changed. Who is it? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. The 2 3-foot mountain elders spoke simultaneously as they fled like madmen. Still, they were heavily injured and unable to move as they were blocked by the Wudong Slope martial practitioners. Their eyes turned bloodshot in panic. Make way if you don't want to die. The Wudong Slope martial practitioners were greatly enraged upon hearing their words. What big words! Blazing fire transformed into all-encompassing sabers that hacked towards the 2. The 2 3-foot mountain elders wanted to cry yet had no tears to shed as that indistinct, terrifying aura behind them grew closer and closer. Chapter 9:57. Sitting on Pan Pan's back, Yin Zhaoga exited the dimensional passageway. Seeing the outside environment, he could not help but feel amused. He saw a few Wudong Slope martial practitioners currently surrounding and fiercely attacking 2 3-foot mountain elders. While these Wudong slope martial practitioners were all seeing divinity martial saints, they were proficient in martial arts, and the two 3-foot mountain elders had previously been heavily injured by Yin Zhaoge. As a result, those of Wutong Slope held the upper hand. Still, after Yin Zhaoge had appeared, both sides had stopped fighting. The Wutong Slope martial practitioners who were guarding this place looked at Yin Zhaoge in astonishment. While they were as arrogant as Zhuang Chaohui had been earlier, only seeing ingenious Flying Peak and Golden Court Mountain as they looked down on Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain in their hearts. Still, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope martial practitioners had long since been familiar with the appearance of Yin Zhaoge, who had slain their fellow disciples. They would not mistake him for someone else. Zhuang Chaohui and the others had not emerged from the cave manor of the Taoist temple. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge who had emerged from within, causing these Wudong Slope martial practitioners to feel shocked and uncertain. After a brief moment of shock, they all attacked Yin Zhaoge together. The Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun had long since given strict orders. As long as Yin Zhaoge dared to set foot within the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, he would definitely be slain without mercy. Any martial practitioner of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory could act against him, let alone the other experts of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope was of the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun's lineage. They would definitely strictly abide by their chief's orders as they attacked without hesitation. Sitting cross-legged on Pan Pan's back, Yin Zhaoge did not move at all as he simply extended his right hand. As he flipped his palm, the heavens and earth instantly overturned before the eyes of those Wudong Slope martial practitioners. With a majestic, limitless palm force of the cyclic heavenly seal past, it swept through the surrounding area. Endless mountains and a great number of spiritual clear trees grow here, covering the entire mountain range. This seems like the endless mountain range of the northern blazing heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings as he attacked. He had always valued intelligence and news, having long since formed great enmity with the Southern Exalt's lineage. He had always placed great importance on intelligence and information. He had long since formed great enmity with the Southern Exalt's lineage. While he dare not be certain, he only felt that it seemed to be somewhere in the northern part of the Southern Blazing Heaven. Observing the geographical features of the surrounding environment, while he could not be certain, he felt that it seemed to be somewhere in the northern part of the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. While he had landed in the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, Yin Zhaoge did not panic. He raised his hand and dealt with these Wudong Slope disciples first. He wasn't bloodthirsty, but taking someone's life was nothing to him. While these Wudong Slope martial practitioners vaguely feared Yin Zhaoge as well, they still unconsciously rushed over. By the time they realized that things were not as simple as they had imagined, it was already too late for regrets. It was instead those two 3-foot mountain elders who were fully focused on fleeing. Making use of Yin Zhaoge taking care of those Wudong Slope martial practitioners, the two fled into the distance without even looking back. The two of them were alert and fled in two different directions, hoping to escape this calamity. Yin Zhaoge smiled, patting Pan Pan's head before soaring into the air, pursuing that immortal bridge martial saint elder of 3-foot mountain. Pan Pan carried Ahu on his back as he chased after another, seeing divinity martial saint. The other party was already heavily injured. Regardless of whether he fought or ran, he would not be able to defeat Pan Pan. That 3-foot mountain elder of immortal bridge martial saint street felt a terrifying aura approaching from behind. Turning back to look, he was instantly greatly shocked. Yin Zhaoge, you are against my 3-foot mountain. You must know, before he had finished speaking, he had already been interrupted by Yin Zhaoge. I am well aware of who stands behind you. Still, this will not affect me from making a move. Your sect's chief and many others are all waiting for you down below. You won't be lonely on your journey. Amidst his words, he had already struck out with a palm. The other party's eyes looked like they were about to implode as he said disbelievingly, you actually... Partway through his words, the top of his head had already been shattered by Yin Zhaoge's palm, his head exploding. Yin Zhaoge did not linger after having slain the other party, as he calmly turned and headed off in another direction. Still, he had already caught up a moment later, as he could see Ahu's back as he sat on Pan Pan's back. Already done? Yin Zhaoge soundlessly landed on Pan Pan's back. There is no smell of blood on him. He didn't fight? Ahu had a rather strange expression on his face as he answered, "Young master, a small accident occurred." He pointed into the distance. Actually, he did not need to point. After discovering that Pan Pan had not slain the other party, Yin Zhaoge had already surveyed the surroundings and gazed in that direction. There, two people were shockingly currently clashing. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that one of them was that 3-foot mountain elder, while the other was a youth. That youth appeared to be around 20 from the outside. He was garbed in red as he moved as swiftly as rushing thunder. While Yin Zhaoge could tell that he was more than 20 years old, he was still extremely young in terms of his cultivation base, as it was sufficient to shock most people. Such a young martial practitioner of the first level of the martial saint realm was extremely rare even in the entire world beyond worlds. While he could originally be considered handsome, there was a tragic wound on his face which had destroyed his right eye. Yet, this youth paid no heed to the wound on his face, as he only focused on fiercely attacking that 3-foot mountain elder. Unleashing his full power, he already had no energy to care about his injuries, as the right side of his face was dripping with fresh blood. That 3-foot mountain elder had long since been a martial saint expert who had broken through space and seen true divinity. However, having been heavily injured by Yin Zhaoge earlier, he had been unable to unleash his full power. Fearing that Yin Zhaoge would catch up to him, he only wanted to flee as quickly as possible. Still, the more he feared battle, the more he would be at a disadvantage, as he was entangled by an opponent whose cultivation base was far lower than his. Still, after glancing at him, Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel interested. Oh, he has some skills. While his opponent was unable to unleash his full power due to various reasons, the strength of that red-clothed youth far surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, let alone opponents of the first level of the martial saint realm. Even most martial practitioners of the second level of the martial saint realm would probably be unable to defeat this red-clothed youth. While he was unarmed, he wielded his palm like a saber, as the light of thunder that surged to the heavens surged with each saber. That light of thunder was crimson like blood, as it was mournful and terrifying. Beneath the roaring thunderbolts, the body of the 3-foot mountain martial practitioner, who emitted the golden radiance of the sun, seemed to be enveloped by the color of blood. The light of thunder and the saber light merged as one, stirring the winds and clouds of the surrounding area with a momentum that shocked the heavens and shook the earth, as numerous streaks of the golden radiance of the sun were shattered. The red-clothed youth had a savage expression on his face as he roared loudly like rumbling thunder, completely looking like he did not care for his life at all as he madly attacked his opponent with it. Speaking of which, I seem to have felt just now that that person of 3-foot mountain had a living person within his shadow shrinking pouch. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Back then, I thought that it was a fellow disciple of his with a lower cultivation base. From the looks of it now, it was actually a captive. Ahu nodded. That's right. Not long after Pan Pan and I had chased him, that person's sleeve suddenly ripped apart, a streak of blood-red thunder shooting out from within, turning to attack him. It should be that his injuries were too severe, as he was unable to continue capturing the captive within his shadow, shrinking pouch alive. He scratched his big head. In the end, before we could make a move, the two of them began fighting first.